All right, here we go. Make sure this is doing what it needs to. We might be looking at a crash. What is up, my friends? Welcome back to the channel. Getting back to our roots here with the whole C. As long as everything behaves properly, we shall see. What's up with the whole C? Wrapping up some back-end stuff real quick. I can adjust all of this later. What is up? What is up, guys? Check out the chat in just a second. Right, save that up. What is up? Enky Frog, Hazard Shield, Lua, Greg. We'll see CIG's redheaded stepchild. You know it. What's up, Sully? All right, I'll edit this title just a bit here. Cargo, hauling, and trade. Save. What's up, Tangent? How you doing? Okay, think we're good. Think we're good. Hopefully everything's behaving right. We're rocking a good 86 degrees right now, so yeah, CPU is nice and hot. Got plans to get that fixed. I've got some thermal paste on the way. Going to be doing some TLC to the PC here soon. But for now, we just got to rock with what we got. I'm trying to run as few operations as possible as to not overload the system. So Discord is off. I am just streaming and watching my fans. What's up, Kessie? Told me yesterday I'll be on time. Yes, sir. Putting yourself to the pain today. Did you not watch SC Holler's recent videos? Of course, of course. SC Hollers and I are probably the two largest authorities in the whole C, so this is me contributing to that. Whole C video is planning to come out this week as well. We're going to do the direct testing right here. I would argue it's probably nobody other than SC Hollers that understands the whole C like I do. Maggie C and I go way back. She's why my channel even took off. We're going to make sure she's well equipped. My runaway bride. Oh yeah, Kopeng, what's up, Hakun? We're also going to be trying out something a little different today. We're going to be running light. One power plant, one cooler. We'll keep the shields because I'll just power them down as needed. I don't really want to run the attritions on the nose. I don't plan to really use any weapons. But hey, why don't we just go out in style, right? Throw some NDB30s on the front of Maggie here. Maybe if we treat her real good, you know, make her feel real pampered, she'll be willing to play ball. What's up? NDB30s and broadswords is our weapon choice. We got our Trailblazer paint. Now on our avionics side, what is she rocking? The size 2, just like the others. Alright, so we'll pull the Cassandra off of our Hermes. Or actually, did I call the Crusader? I did not. So, yeah, we'll grab the Hermes. Oh, the Hermes is running the Predator. Wait, what do I have? Is Cassandra on the Corsair? Yep, there it is. Let's rip that off and throw it on the whole C. So we're also running with a grade A stealth cooler. Alright. Yo, SC Hollis, what's up, my dude? Whole C type of day? Yes, sir. That it is. We're gonna do it all, man. Or see what all we cannot do. We'll see. We'll see what she decides to mess with. If we got to manually do everything, cool. Maybe we can also show off the improved ship's tractor beams. I know you've done some whole seat coverage, which is badass. I want to contribute to that. Turning Maggie into a DACA rocket. Yeah. What's up, Sick Echo? How you doing? All right. We've got plenty of goodies on us. We're actually kitted out for combat still, a little unnecessarily. All of our pyro adventures. Thought it was completely broken. It may very well be. It may very well be. We're going to see if we can get her to behave. And I'm also testing out running her a lot simpler, too, to see if I can get away with smaller signatures. Because if there's anything a whole sea pilot could use a benefit of, it's being a bit more stealthy. Especially now that cross-section is an active surveillance measure and not something that's just passively given away. So you could theoretically sneak up on somebody in a very big ship if you've got the right components and layout. If Maggie decides to play hard to get, send out the SOS for box throwers. You know it. We'll see what we got. We're going to start right here at Port Tressler. I think I'm actually going to start with a trade run. Or maybe we'll do a little bit of both. We'll see what contracts are available here as well. We'll see how the auto-loading system's behaving, as well as what it's like to manually grab from our elevators. Alright. We'll see if she even functions properly, having part of her components not put in. The next question, any hangover last Thursday morning? No, I don't get hangovers. I have such a tolerance to alcohol that I've never had a hangover. But we do have our glass of tequila here. You know, we might need it with this ship. All right, let's go ahead and set us up into low sig mode. Shields off, life support off, radar to minimal, cooler I might leave at max for now. Just because we're testing out running light. I will kill the tractor beam too. So with all of this dead and engines to minimum, we're dropping down to sub 8 kilometers, which is awesome. Probably go even lower if I lower those coolers a bit more. That is really good. Alright, let's see what missions we got around here. No hangovers, just drink more. You know it. So, we're also going to mess around with some Interstellar stuff, because I want to see if there's been any change to Ling family. We'll rank up with them a bit. That's taking us out to Pyro land-based side, though, so we'll probably run over to Levski to grab some Interstellar. Trying to stick to stations the whole sea can service. Let's go into our Stellar, though. Let's take a peek. Kovalek Center. What? Alright, hang on. I haven't looked at these in a while. I hope there hasn't been any, like, super crazy changes. Oh. Maybe we'll try these, too. Alright, the multi-pickup and drop-off stuff's always been a bit of a pain for me. So, we got a nice big one from Everest to Baijini. So, why don't we see about maybe running a trade route to Everest? That might be a good way to start. Yeah, I like that idea. What are the numbers below the distance on the signatures? Do they just mean anything meaningful to us, or just look at distance? So what are the numbers below the distance on signatures? So the secondary numbers, the ones right here that are showing 0 right now, this is your background interference. So if you're in an area where you've got a lot of asteroids or a lot of electronic interference, these numbers will actually go up, which subtracts from your signature. So if you had, in theory, like 2K infrared around you, then you would only be detecting 0.1 from your ship. Or if you're in an area that had, like, you know, 2 or 3K EM, that subtracts from your ship. So your ship's actually only another 3K above that. So it's a little bit more nuanced. You know, this has to do with what you're around. You'll notice these numbers going up around cities. If you're in asteroid clusters, the ambush missions set those with the emissions clouds up to 50K, which covers most ships in the game. So that's what those are. They're your background signature interference. Thinking here, I probably should have... Alright, well, first off, let's see if we can expand. Yep, we are expanding with no issues, so that's good. Already off to a decent start. Fix the hull C. It's kind of a loaded question, my friend. I don't think the hull C is ever truly fixed. More or less broken than before. Who knows? That's kind of what we're here to find out. It's part of the reason to do the testing. I am actually going to dock, go back ashore, so to speak, and look at buying some commodities to sell over at Everest. Not really caring about how much money we make from it. More so just to, wow, you gave me the same dock as the fucking hammerhead right there. That's useful. I almost hit that turret. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. Oh, shit. What the fuck is that? Look, you see this, guys? I request the dock. Now the hammerhead's, like, inside of the fucking... Oh, this is the issue that I think some of our guys were having with their Perseus. Gotta get some work done. Gonna be lurking. Sounds good, Sax. Appreciate you. So this is gonna be weird, man. So is this hammerhead actually here, or is it kind of like our hangars then? Because it's like a visual thing. Well, there's a collision alert. Let's see if we bump into him. Yeah, he appears to actually be here. Okay. So we'll back up. Well, this presents a problem. That's, not really just related to the whole sea. Lovely. That's a screenshot I'm gonna take, for sure. I'm gonna probably look up to see if there's any, like... issue counsel for this. Oh, it's so fucked. Okay. Well, why don't we just go ahead and head to Everest Harbor then? We're gonna try to adapt. We're gonna collapse the whole sea. We're gonna deadhead over to Everest Harbor. What a mess. Okay. Cancel that docking call. Ran to that at Beautiful Glen with a C1 Spirit. What? How a C1 Spirit? That wouldn't even be something that would have to do with docking. Landing gear down. Why? Okay, Everest Harbor. We're already off to a good start, guys. It's a great sign. It's a good sign of things to come here. How are we sounding, by the way? Audio sound all right? I think as Star Citizen is probably kind of quiet. Let me turn that up for y'all. Forgot that I had it kind of low. Speech and all's looking good. Music's probably fine. Need to go to Baijini. You're delivering to Everest. You're right. We'll go to Baijini instead. That's fine. Appreciate you. Let's get turned around. Damn. Sent my radar sig right back up to the top there. Not that it matters much in nav mode. Our signature is going to be crazy high anyway. Yeah, I'm a big boy. I'll figure it out one way or another. All right.
Landing gear up.
Thank you. How kind of you. Put that landing gear up. Appreciate it. All right. While we're in Quantum, we won't have a whole lot of time because we are rocking a TS2. We're going to take a peek at what we have. Our quantum route planning here. If our scroll wheel works. Good, good, good. Look at these other 248Ks and such. Or, actually, I wonder if there's anything that'll give me a reason to go to Levski. Baijini Point, Baijini Point, Baijini Point, Baijini Point. To Levski. Right on. Alright, cool. We'll do that. That gives us a reason to get back to Nyx, which then we can grab some link contracts from there to carry them over here. Unrelated question, but what quantum drive do you run on the Hermes? I actually run the Hemera, which you can pick up at Crew L1.
They freak me out. Space and time just bending around like that? No, thanks. but I'm sure you'll be fine.
I've always liked Tiano.
Talk to you later.
She's cool peoples. Did it say from Levski to buy? What is... Am I just retarded today, guys? Hang on. It's kind of a dumb question. It shouldn't be. Oh, is that what they're doing now? Okay, so I feel like they've changed the way they word these. I've got it so built in my head that it's collect and drop off. But they've, like, flipped this shit around. That's different. Alright, well, okay, I gotta get used to that. Well, fuck, I don't want to do that. That's a lot of deadheading for no reason. Let's abandon that. Yeah, I saw that one baby delivery mission with the 1 boxes for, wait, what? Sounds crisp. Awesome, appreciate it. It's not wanting me to abandon. Great. What fucking shard am I in? If this shard is just shit, I'm gonna hop. It's EU130. Nah, server FPS is great. It's low pop. It's just acting up. I did update to the most recent version of the game, which incorporates or rolls over the hotfix into live. So there's probably some other little things that are introduced because it's always the case that you have some sort of screw up after you fix something. Or at least seems to be the case. Controls are a little janky. Oh boy, 89 Celsius. So if the stream does crash, it's just my computer trying to protect itself from being too hot, and my whole system restarts, and I give it a second to cool off, and then I should be able to fire it back up. I do again have some thermal paste and graphene on the way. I'm going to give the PC some much needed thermal treatment tomorrow when that arrives. It should be here between 4 and 8 a.m. So, bam, we should be squared away by Wednesday's live stream. Oh, cool. Okay, so it abandoned. It was just delayed. All right, I mean, so let's see here. Do we have anything that we can pick up here, collect, and take to Shepherd's Rest? That sounds awful. Deliver to Levski, collect from Everest Harbor, which, hey, guys, we're dropping off at Everest Harbor. Now, hold on. I got to do the re-re-check here. Re-re-check here. Re-re-check here. It definitely says collect from Everest and deliver to Levski. Okay. There we go.
Hey, it's Al, your friend.
Yeah, I got juked real hard with
Looks like we should be all set to go ahead and pick up the shipment.
how they've organized their speech around these missions.
If you did hurry, that'd be great for me. Your per hour turnover rate is too low, Al. Or maybe Kovalex's expectations are too high. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Bye.
I love this NPC, man. I have since she was introduced as just a voice when Levski entered the verse. Tiano is by far my favorite NPC in the game. The voice acting, whoever is behind that, good job, man. Good job. You did great. All right. No power warnings or issues. I've gotten pretty good at running ships in strange ways due to my tendency to bias towards stealth. Granted, again, we are not coming in towards this station with any measure of real stealth. Thanks to our 44K EM signature. Actually, had the contract issue happen during last night's shenanigans, couldn't abort some. Yeah, it looks like a huge... Yeah, it does, of course. Who doesn't know that by now? That's what the whole sea is, man. Alright, let's go ahead and crack this open. We shouldn't need to go retro thrust because we are pretty lightweight, so I'm just going to go ahead and... Nope, I didn't need to... That's the wrong one. Been a while, guys.
Shield on. Shield off. Shield off.
Okay.
Landing gear down.
Wow, there's a lot happening right now. I got that box a little early. Didn't want number 5, I wanted number 8, so we'll go in and see what happens. Alright. Let's see how this auto-loading goes. Or if it goes. We got our speed limiter at the ready. Decel beginning. And actually, while we're slowing down, I'm going to set course to Everest Harbor real quick. Something I like to do. That way I can pre-orient towards our destination. Pull on back. So we're still moving into the box. Get ourselves lined up. There we go. Looking good. All right. Parking brake engaged. Give it a second to register that we're in position. Cargo transfer commencing. That bar filled up fast, but ignore the bar. The bar is stupid. What we want to see is that our box has disappeared and cargo very rapidly kind of plopped onto our ship, actually. That all just kind of went poof right onto our ship. I'm going to call cargo loading again, see what happens. That might be everything. I don't think so, right? It's 1400 SCU. It should be more than that. I would expect. Now, clear what I was saying, basically old school delivery emissions. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so it's saying cargo transfer complete. There's no way that's 1483 SCU. Poofed onto the grid. So let's head over to our freight elevators and grab the rest. Hopefully. Pop right down here. Did most of the work for us. That shadow is awesome right there. Just seeing the whole sea coming around. All right. Come up about here. Let's get that parking brake actuated. Check our distance. Now we can come quite a bit closer. Let's get up here. There we go. That is where we will hold position. Let's see what we can do. Alright. Let's see what the station says. Always be smarter than the other guys out there. Wait for your stuff to fully actuate and then hit to close that door. Never leave yourself an easy jacking. Well, that's not good. So we've got no boxes here. Let me cycle this. We are 4 by 2. It's only 8. Or no, we're 4 by 3, so that's 12 32s right there. Don't like my easy jacking. Just don't be the one that gets easy jacked. Hey, I've said my piece. If you get hijacked, I'm just gonna giggle at you. Seeing if cycling the elevator happens to make anything pop up. It's a good chance it doesn't. So, I wonder something. Hold on. It's not showing up here. Let me go check the actual internal elevators. Like internal hangars. Let's see what happens there. Can't have someone jacking your penis ship. You are very attached to the phallic object, aren't you, my friend?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, let's... we'll just use one of our hercs to call up a large.
Vehicle selected.
And spawn a hangar for us. I'm going to store the ship just so there's no issue with it wanting to pop back out. There we go. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Miss Mix, the strongest ships in the verse. I don't know, man. I don't know. They're pretty tough, but I don't know. I guess yeah, you know the difference between strongest and toughest, or most durable. I'd say that Drakes are pretty sturdy. And yeah, I got nothing here. Yeah, I was at external 5, I think is what it was. I mean, either way, I would just keep hitting elevators until I end up next to my whole C. No worries. But yeah, no, there's no boxes inside. So it's, this already isn't looking like a whole C problem. This is looking like a cargo contract problem. Because what if you have a C2 and you wanted to deliver this cargo? It's still not here. So that's great. That's above the whole C. That's a problem that I wasn't expecting. I have done literally 0 hauling testing in all of the 4.7 PTU. I was so caught up in doing blueprints and crafting and mining. So this is me getting reacquainted with the current state of what is up in the hauling scene. Okay, so it wasn't 5. Maybe it was 4? I don't know. Oh, wait, no. 5 was where the autoload area was, so I did go to 4. That's fair. Because I pulled down to the right and stopped in front of the elevator. Cargo flew the coop. Yep. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, and with this little cargo on here, that's not really much of a payout we're looking at. We'll see how the next mission does. We're just going to run this like a science experiment, and then we're going to mess with manually trading. We were going to try that earlier, but that stupid hammerhead was in the way. Kind of at the mercy of what docking collars were given and how the game is managing its docking ports. There's definitely some weird stuff going on. We had, I think it was Copperhead and Striker that had issues with the Perseus doing the same thing, sort of like glitching into the lobby part of the station when they were trying to mess with it. It's not good. Trading's poop right now. We shall see. All right. Head over this way. We will drop off and see what happens as far as mission completion. At least we don't have to worry about losing any rep. That's nice. Bring us a little closer. Alrighty. Don't bother with the manual trading. I am going to bother with the manual trading because I don't take other people's words for things. It was really weird how I said that. No, I need to experience these things firsthand because I've become a voice of authority on the whole sea, so I'm not just going to go based off what other people say, although Saxifwine is a fantastic resource. That's just how I am. You know, I got to be that peer review, you know. It just makes the argument stronger that there's a problem or that there might be workarounds. You know, we figured out workarounds to the expansion issue to the whole sea spindles and even showing off that you did recognize the ship when docked, but there are a lot more problems than just what those workarounds can solve. Thought you was already feeling your drink. No, not even in the slightest. I'm just warming up talking. I haven't talked like this in about a week, so getting into the swing of things. Do it with waste, then you know what? I'm gonna do it with the most expensive thing I can, just because you told me to do it with waste. Although there is a little bit of cohesiveness to saying that trading is poop right now, so we could go just trade poop. I can appreciate that. Can't stop flying my Aurora Mark II. Yeah, that's a fun ship, man. Anybody in the chat been flying the Aurora Mark II? What are your thoughts, guys? I have been, and it is awesome. We did some fun bunker stuff with the OLISAR group over the weekend, and I was shuttling, I shit you not, like 4 to 5 grown-ass men in heavy armor in my Aurora Mark II from the bunker back to the Apollo, and it was awesome. That was such a good time. Pressurized ice is really high value? That's funny. It's everywhere, man. I can mine it 6 ways to Sunday. That's funny. Maybe that's the trick. I need to go mine a bunch of ice and sell it. Although I don't really think that as a function is really working all that well. Pulse fits in the cargo module. Really? Oh boy, I get so close with the Aurora, I don't even need a ground vehicle. Let's see. Oh, we are going to the orbital node. Nice ship, but right now I'm working on collecting blueprints, so not using it. That's actually one of the ships that I was using for collecting blueprints. Okay, it's a great little ship to run around Stanton in with bunkers. I still prefer my 325. I'm very much in love with the 325 with the way I have it built out for stealth. That thing is just too good. I do like it more than the Aurora Mark II, but the Mark II is fun. Alright. What's up, Twisted Void? Best of Jets, how you guys doing? Yeah, I know you're loving it, Frog. We were running those Aurora Mark IIs together. That was a good time. It's fun in combat. It's really great at low flying and getting close to bunkers. It's just overall a great experience. What do we got here? What do we have here? What the fuck is that? It looks so weird in that silhouette. No, whatever. I don't feel like aiming at it. I'm not in Stanton doing bunkers, though. F7A is better for where I'm at. Or are you out in Pyro? That's one of the reasons I'm using the 325. But I want something with an interior space. So that's why I don't use Hornets and such. They're great for the combat side. Maybe you're chasing ship-to-ship combat, which makes sense. Or doing other missions. But yeah, for overall loot, interior space, longevity, stealth, I've still not found anything that can beat my 325. Alright. Let's pop out to the end of this thing. You know, it kind of sucks when the problems with the Hull C are really not the Hull C's fault, because then there's not really a whole lot of workaround magic that I can do. I've gotten to know this ship really well and figured out ways to make her work when she doesn't want to, but when the problem is the actual station just not giving you the cargo it's supposed to, that's kind of above the Maggie C's pay grade. She can't really do anything about that. I'm in Discord just raising my rep for mercenary missions. Hell yeah. So which module do you recommend, the cargo or combat? I don't use either. I took both off. I don't know that it exactly impacts the physics, but I figured less weight means better overall maneuverability, and it still has the 2 single SCU boxes that I was using that you saw me using as loot. I just don't run with the cargo or the TS module. I take simplicity and maneuverability over all else. Because I do know that the combat module is supposed to negatively impact your maneuverability a bit, but gives you that size or that extra shield. If I was to pick, I probably would pick the cargo module just so I could carry more shit. But honestly, for a lot of those missions, 2 SCU is already more than enough for what you need, so yeah, I just take them both off. I run without either. Wow, we're getting cargo grids with the very first call to the cargo center, so that's nice. Downside being that cargo is not spawning. Hull C still broken. Hull C is fine. Station contracts appear to be broken. I'll get a little bit more specific in the weeds of how I talk about stuff, so I'm not going to blame this problem on the Hull C, because again, even if you were doing this same experienced mission in another ship, you're getting a part of the cargo, you're not getting all of it. And if it's specifically tied to the auto grid, that is a station problem, not really the Hull C ship problem. Yeah, it's the Hull C game loop, so you can see the Hull C game loop's broken, but the ship itself isn't the issue. This is a station communication issue, which hopefully the transport system we've heard about coming online, that might be the big fix, guys. The big transport changes that we'll hopefully see in 4.8, that might just be what corrects our woes or sets us off in a really good direction. I can't wait to see the impacts of 4.8 for hauling. All right, so that should have been all the cargo off. Nope, we just picked up cargo. Okay, for to take the Levski. Let me call this again to see if it'll offload now. Yeah, I think station communication's just fucked. Might have to manually offload the shit we have on the whole C right now. Why would transit fix the whole C? Because it has to do with the back-end communication with stations and transit systems. It's not hard to imagine that the auto-loading functions of an extension of the back-end transit language model that, you know, directs elevators, trams, the delivery of cargo. You know, it's all connected. At least as far as I know, or as far as I would intuit, it makes sense. Because this is, again, this is back-end station to ship communication stuff. Kind of like elevators, ASOP terminals. This isn't a ship problem. That's weird. None of your boxes moved, but it took $3.95. Yeah. Well, actually, oh, you know what's probably happening? You know how when you refine mining materials and you put it on your ship, they stack on top of each other and cause problems? That, maybe. We might have that problem here. No, I see it. We got 24 seconds. I'm watching. Alright, let's see if we can drop off manually. What do you think the odds are the whole B will be able to use the whole C style of loading and unloading? I don't think it will. I think the whole C will continue to be the only one that can until we have... come on, get over to the fucking... There we go. That's what we needed. No, we want to be right here. Right in front of the fucking elevator. Alright. Just in time. That would have been bad. But yeah, no, I don't think the whole B is going to get it like the whole A. It can land, and if it did get it, it would set it way too far in an advantage above its competition, like the Caterpillars and the C2s and all. I think the whole C, D, and E are the only ones that are going to get auto-loading. Unless they make it to where anything with an external bay gets it. So I would say, I mean, there's a non-zero chance it gets it, but I'd say the chance that it does get it's like 0.1%. Alright, let's see what we can do with this. I just found out about the problem with storing mining materials straight from your ship to the refinery. Never again. Yep, you want to wait on that. It stacks all that shit. So you want to deliver to the station and then manually put it in your ship from your freight elevator. I found that out the hard way as well. Not fun. Everything's tied to a single system at the moment. Transit system looks to begin to offload from the one system it's tied to currently. The old system is also not built to handle server meshing. Yeah. That's why I'm really excited to see what comes from the changes they made to the transport system, which is, I think, as I have understood it, the rewriting or the redoing of the transit system. Or it might be it's like a separate entity. I'm not totally sure. They kind of sort of leave some ambiguity there. I think it's like a better version of the transit system that we currently have. So, wait, that's not... So, yeah, see, I was right, guys. There's two boxes. Oh, it is like the refinery problem. They were stacked on top of each other. Hold up. Okay, so we gotta be careful with this, because they're probably gonna, like, scatter all over the place, but... I think it's like the mining problem. We might have just made a little discovery there. Because each box I grab will probably have another one underneath it. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Oh, there's 3 under this one. What the fuck? Okay. Alright, so I want to put this on the elevator and then make sure I don't let these go away. Oh, that's... Oh, God. Nope. Fuck you. Get back here. You're not running off. I called it. It's the same problem with a different mission group. Yeah, this is not a whole C issue. This is a cargo stacking issue, which I think is also why they removed stack all from our inventories. There is some major stacking language problems. No, it's not auto... Oh, well, yes. Actually, you might be right about that, because it is auto-loading that puts it from refinery straight into your ship, probably as well as if you're doing trading. So, yeah, you might be right, Jennings. That might be part of it, like some kind of a stacking auto-load issue. This is, again, why I was pretty sure it wasn't whole C specific. So, I wonder if I can actually cause these to separate on their grid. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. I need to make sure these don't end up like... Holy shit. Yep. Okay. Whoa, okay, hang on. You need a... Nope. Come back here. You get over there. Jesus, fuck. Alright, where did... That one's gone. This one's acting like a dumbass. There we go. See, there are no bugs, just undocumented features. Yeah, that's one way to say it. Alright. So this explains the sort of poof magic to these coming out. Which means you definitely don't want to stack too many of these if you end up having to do this manually. This is why we do the science, though. We figure out new things. This one's all jacked up still. Cool. I got that separated. That other box, I think, is way over there. So that's its own problem. Alright. Let me deal with the rest of these. See, getting these to break off of the ship is its own monster. This is going to be an interesting stream, guys. Do I need to load in and come help you with boxes? Nah, you're good, man. I appreciate it. I'm kind of in one of those chill day. Don't want to really overcomplicate stuff. I'll just deal with it as it comes. It's all good. We're learning. See just how many boxes we pull out of this, like, undetectable expansion charm we have here. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out a way to get these to release each other. They'll eventually push out, because they'll just keep freaking out, which is fine. They just also might have a tendency to shoot off in a given direction, which could be really funny to watch. There we go. So I'd bet if you did manuals trading, probably wouldn't be so bad, because you would be in control of where the boxes go, just like manually handling your mining orders. I know the organization on this elevator is about to be atrocious just because I'm trying to work in a way that won't cause the boxes to spit off like that one did. I'll probably deposit these as they come up too and see if that ends up giving us credit, because it apparently took 395 out of the 1400, so we should actually be making some pretty good progress to completing this turn-in. Which also makes me think that the other mission, I wonder if we separate the one we got. There's 3 boxes in that one box. This is about to be really bad. I just don't want them to... Yep, there it goes. Okay, grab that one, grab that one. Gotta wrangle these in. Alright, cool. I think we avoided the chaos there. Space-saving feature. Yeah, Pete, yeah, you're totally right. We gotta look at the positives, guys. This is just a really great space-saving feature for cargo. We have some quantum fucking stacking effects happening that may or may not end in the destruction of the fabric of space-time. But hey, you know, it's a space-saving feature. We're fine. Get in the damn elevator. Alright. Come back here. It's also, like, that's another part of the problem, I think, guys. You notice that? Like, it gave me the option to grid to the fucking cargo underneath these boxes. Let me take a screenshot of that. Just in case there's any reason to, like, contribute to an issue console that might be out. They gotta know about this, right? If they don't, I will absolutely make sure this issue console goes out today, because this is wild. I don't know if Saxowine's lurking, if he's discovered this part yet in his testing. It being sort of the stack bug we have with mining and refining. It's a greater problem. It's beyond the whole sea is my biggest point. The whole sea is not to blame for this. This is a much bigger broken feature. Or broken game mechanic. Let's see if I can move these aside. Alright, and let one grid. Grab that one. Put it down. No, you don't. Get back here. I feel like Spider-Man trying to frickin' grab runaway enemies or something. Grid that. Take this one over. Let's go. Alright. I think I'm going to go ahead and send this elevator down real quick to free up some space, because it's kind of hectic to put everything on here. Elevator's acting up kind of like when you're trying to put weapons on it. There we go. Let's come on down. So much for using the whole C tractor. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, with the way this is acting up, I feel like it's better to use what we have. Okay. I'm going to send that down. We'll probably get more credit. It'd be funny if we could actually get full completion for these missions. It's going to take some dedicated haulers, guys, to be putting up with this shit. I will definitely be making whole C videos about this, about the state of the whole C, trading and all that coming this week. This is my first time getting back into the seat, so to speak, with the Maggie C. Sax Wine already been doing a badass job with the whole C coverage, so at least people already know a lot of what to expect here. I'm just sort of lab coding it a little bit further. But yeah, we're up to 1099 there. I wonder if it would be worth it to bring it through 15 or blackout. Use the external tractor. That's, yeah, honestly, I bet the Ox, the 315, they could be helpful for these sorts of things. Granted, wow, there are 3 boxes stacked in that one. This is another explosive sort of separation. Oh, and it's trying to run away from the other side of the ship. You bitch. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Hang on. You get down there on the grid. You too. Get over here. I feel like I'm wrangling a bunch of rowdy children. Aha, I went inside. Cool. There we go. So now I'm wondering if the delivery you picked up is actually single boxes. It might be. I'm going to check that after this. I'm going to try to separate them and see if we get auto delivery to work with the boxes separated. That's kind of my goal, at least. Okay, so we still have a few that are combined. They're also working on more hotfixes for the week. Hotfix that was just over a weekend is live. Yeah, I updated that today. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't read the patch notes to see what that fix was. There we go. Cool. So rapid clicking is also, man, it's like the infinite box charm, guys. There's some Harry Potter shit happening. Yeah, I'm curious to see what future hotfixes are going to bring. This is a pretty big broken concern. I didn't realize how bad the auto load feature really was. So I would actually bet my point from earlier is incorrect then. If you were doing this in another ship that you had to manually load, you wouldn't have an issue because you would bring it up on the elevator and it should be fine. Well, I don't know. Actually, maybe not, because I actually just experienced this when I bought a whole bunch of scanners or radars from New Babbage. I could not get them to come up on an elevator properly to put in a ship because they kept stacking on top of each other and it would not let me interact with a tractor beam. I actually had to install them all into ships that I hoped to later cannibalize. Okay, so that one might spit out. So I'm going to try to quickly put this one on the elevator. So at least what's cool is we're looking at getting a lot closer to full payout in XP since we're not partial submitting with such few turn-in. So if this happens to you, you can salvage your mission in rep. It's just going to take a little bit of extra time and effort. This part doesn't really bother me, though, because I like throwing boxes. I love the industrial side of gameplay. It's totally understandable, though, for those who get frustrated by this, because this is not supposed to function this way. This is broken. This is a problem. But it does have a workaround, it seems, to just be really good at wrangling in the boxes as they start to multiply. The whole C tractor was working great for me with my VKBs, by the way. Yeah, the tractor beams now are awesome. I saw that testing in the PTU. I was super thrilled to see the whole C, the Taurus, all of the ship's tractor beams now. They throw around these boxes better than your max lift. Should have been like that from the beginning. Better late than never. I'm glad it is now because it is awesome, dude. If you guys haven't experienced the whole C, the Caterpillar, the Taurus, pick your tractor beam. They are baller now, man. They throw around these 32s better than your handhelds. Because the max lift was always just undoubtedly the king for this. Since the ATLS doesn't really function this way, the ATLS does like an instant snap method, which is very useful. Oh man, I hope that none of these new boxes I picked up stacked on top of the waste that was supposed to go. Wait, did it deliver the small boxes? Do you think that's what happened? Because I had a couple of 8s and shit that were on here, but I think it might have delivered those. I wish ship tractors beams operated similar to I do, giggity, yes. I do think that would be cool. I wish they had the sort of snap and move function that the ATLS had. I think for ships, especially when you're talking about something like the whole C or the whole D&E coming out, I think that's a huge deal. All right, let's drop these down, see what happens. Is this a full mission completion? No, because we actually had one that ran away from us. It's down there somewhere. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. We could go get it and turn it in if that's the only one left. Yellow boxes below are stacked. Yeah, I did see them flickering. That is! That's the only box left! Oh, I'm gonna go get it. Hold on. I don't want to move the whole C. We're gonna go get it. That's the only one we need to turn in. And that's 100% mission completion, dude. That's so funny. If you guys are wondering what I'm about to do, I'm about to go grab my Golem Ox. That's what I'm doing right now.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Good, it's a 45-second claim time.
Thank you.
Feels like the whole scene needs a dock for the MPV tractor thing.
Please visit us again.
I don't, maybe the D&E, I don't really think that the whole C really benefits from that in a meaningful way other than like roleplay with a crew. I do like the idea for the D&E that are coming out to have something like an Ox or an MPV that you can pull along to maybe help offload stuff, but it only makes sense if you're able to actually speed up what it takes. What do you want? Get out of here, you sexy individual. All right. Just make people feel awkward over here. I should still have a pad. I don't have a pad. Okay, weird. Oh, it's because I called a ship at the last one. That's why.
Vehicle retrieval system.
There it is.
Vehicle
All right.
selected. Stand by. Your vehicle. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh, and is that you, Hazard? That's hilarious. Yo, what's up, Acid? How you doing? I wish an hull mission was, which hull C mission was this? Is that what you're asking? This is one of the experienced rank, stellar missions for about 248k. That's pretty much the average. I noticed when you pulled off that was actually 3, it started gridding the extras as they unstacked. Well, so I was kind of intentionally gridding them because when I saw that the grid that I could place was like away from the others, I released it, which actually gridded it. So there's kind of a funny way that you sort of manipulate multiple boxes at the same time to kind of test your tractor skills. But yeah, I was kind of doing that intentionally to separate them versus letting them run away. Because when 2 is pretty manageable. 3 together, usually 1 ends up getting catapulted, which is what I was trying to avoid. Thanks, gives me an idea when I get to that point. Hell yeah, ask all the questions, guys. I love it. That's one of the reasons I started the channel, especially for this ship. So now you can do all missions with the whole C in one part. Now whole C have 8x more cargo grid with this feature. I think you might be right, Eugene. That's going to be a pain in the ass and probably take forever, but yeah. All right, let's go get that box, shall we? Oh, good stuff. All right, let's find our whole C, and then that should allow us to find that runaway box. Whoa! Gay almost crashed into that Guardian. I hope that wasn't Hazard Shield. That would have been sad. I wonder if you would have left the box and recalled it if it would have kept taking boxes off little by little. Possibly. I don't know. Well, I'm skeptical it would have because it said completed, and usually it just registers as completed from that point onward. But maybe we try that with this next load. Because, well, I kind of want to... Alright, hang on. I got to figure out where this box is. This box really kind of took a trip. Alright, that's our whole C, and it was down here somewhere. Is that it? Yep, there it is. Alright. We got you, processed food. Deploy turret. Why did we stop? What the hell? What is happening right now? We should not be coupled. No, we're not. Oh, it registered my parking brake is on. Oh yeah, does anybody else's Golem have like a permanent torque imbalance regardless of claiming or repairing? Kind of frustrating. Get over here. All right. We'll just do it right off to the side here, and we'll rotate so it's easy to grab. Just like this. Come to a stop. Was me, didn't hit me. Oh, that was you. I was like, I see a Guardian. I think Hazard's over here. That probably would have been him. Oh, I'm glad I didn't hit you. I got a little uncomfortably close. All right. That is crazy seeing a 32 on a golem. There's a whole sea that you can anchor the ATLS on. Possibly. You can anchor the ATLS, I think, on like the raft. A lot of ships. Maybe. I've never tried putting the ATLS on the whole sea. I don't really use the ATLS. But that's it. That's a 100% turning, guys. I did not expect that. Alright, now let's check these out, because these should all be stacked. No? Okay, those are individual. Well, it's a much smaller order, so it actually had the smarts to separate. Okay. Huh. Should, in theory, stick to any cargo grid. Yeah. I wish I could put the aux on there. You can, like, the aux would fit. It just doesn't, like, actually land on there. Okay, so these appear to not be stacked, which makes me think that they would then offload properly. So let's check the back. Can we refine from station inventory, or does it have to be on a ship? No, you can refine from station inventory. So you could like mass put a bunch of bags into a station and then refine from there. Totally. Okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We're kind of doing some funny Tetris stuff here. These all appear to be not stacked on top of each other. Interesting. Okay. Well, we've also got some 2s over here. Let's see if any of these are little fucky or not. Nope. Doesn't appear to be. And I do know that this system has a pretty good adaptive loading feature, so I'm going to kind of put these closer together, because I would love to pop in and see if we can do any trading. I'm going to really consolidate this. Sweet, yep, 3x3, that's what I want to see. I love it. Okay, so none of this stuff ended up stacking in a weird way, which is unexpected. I think I am going to go ahead and consolidate these to one body, because they should all be 24s. That way we free up a spindle. Okay, okay, come back here. There we go. Alright, so honestly, so far more word I'm trying to more usable? That's not the word I was going for. More success than expected, frankly. We completed a mission. So that's not bad. Not great, but doable, and kind of teaches us more about what the problem actually is here. I think it's pretty safe to say we've got a greater issue with the stacking of auto-loaded materials that we see in the mining space as well as the hauling space. So let's go do some trade orders. Let's see what we can buy from here and maybe sell over at Levski. We're not blocking any pads, so I don't feel bad about leaving the golem there. Let's go see if we can get a docking collar. Nice lessons learned, man. And we're already out of tequila. Damn it. I drank it too fast, guys. Why is the rum gone? Oh, do we have an open docking port? It's a miracle. Alright. Let's get down through here. And make sure we don't hit anything. Perfect. My boy's drinking too fast. It was only about an 8-ounce pour of tequila. Okay, time to flip around and see if this works. Should, it worked in the PTU testing, but should is a very loaded word in this case. Alright, look at that. Alignment was damn near perfect. Alright, let's get over here and dock up. This might end horribly. We will see. Right on. Tequila gone? Make a go-go refillery? Yeah, I'm trying not to drink all of our tequila. We get Costco bottles of it. And we try to make Costco runs once a month. So I'm trying not to add to that because my poor wife is the one that deals with that. So not trying to make her suffer more than she already does. Alright. As we get out of here, we will also get ourselves hydrated. Which we should be good now that we're out of the docking spot. Where did our hand slot go? What the fuck? Guys, our hand slot's gone. If you carry something in a pull, back up. What? I still want a hybrid of the Golem and the Ox mining ship. 62 bag capacity, bespoke size 2 laser. That'd be pretty sick. So right click and click. Oh, yeah, I guess we could carry it that way. Oh, there it is. Ah, it's so weird. I was mostly just confused that the hand slot was just non-existent. Everything's fine. It's fine. Alright, we'll stash that. Alright, let's go see what we can buy. We won't go too crazy with the buy. We might purchase like 1032s of something. I don't know. Something easy to load. I wonder if it's not. Yeah, I wonder if it's a hotfix thing because it did that to me as soon as I switched over to hotfix yesterday. It probably is. That's kind of like, that's why I said earlier that when you introduce a fix, you usually break something else. What's up, Thor and Silver? How you guys doing? Whole C, can you rent it or is it just a ship that you can buy in game? Yeah, so you can't rent it. You can rent the whole A, the Taurus and the Raft, but the whole C is something you got to buy. It's 15.7 mil over in Loreville. So, little bit of a price tag there, but a hell of a moneymaker once you have it. A bit troubled now because of the stacking issues we seem to be having. We're going to test out the rest as well. I'm not even sure if what I'm about to buy is sellable at Levski. We're going to see what is available here at Everest, and then I will see if I can sell it. Let's go. What's up, Duke? How you doing? I need money for a whole C. I got the money for them. Wait, you got the money for one? Or don't? Do good. Hanged my bounty hunter sleeves to become a miner this patch. Oh shit, there you go. It's a whole new world, man. Alright, so I'm definitely going to send it to Everest Harbor because I already know the stacking problems are there. So let me see what I can sell. Oh, you got the money if someone needs it. I got you. Yeah, hey, I mean, that's something to keep in mind, guys. There are some generous folks that might help out. Hopefully pulling up a Chrome tab to pull up UEX Corp doesn't crash my PC. We're chilling at 87 Celsius right now. Again, if my PC crashes out or restarts and my stream ends, that's why. And if I can recover it, I will. If not, we should be back pretty strong by Wednesday once I've got the thermal paste and all done and my PC's not dying so much. There we go. Still got 400 mil, don't have nothing to do with. Yeah, it's fair. All right, let's see. I'm on UEX now. Here, I'll put this on the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. So I'm using UEX just to kind of, whoops, totally dropped the page. All right, we're going to mess with this to figure out where we want to go. So I'm going to keep this to the side because I can interact with it, which is cool. Let's see. If we're looking at, maybe I can go by station. That might be a good way to do this. Marketplace, trade, locations. What might be the best way? Actually, let's go back to commodities. Let's just do it like that. Let's see, we can buy scrap here. Let's just start from the top. So scrap. This is probably not the most efficient way to do this, but this is just how I'm doing it to speed this up a bit. So if I go to scrap and then go to sell. Oh, they moved it. It looks different now. Okay. Sell here. Now, is there a Levski option? There is. There is a Levski option for a pretty good amount. For oh wow, that's a pretty good amount of money we can make on this. Almost 1,800 more per box. Yeah, why don't we? Fuck it. We're just gonna do scrap. We're gonna do it in 16 SCU boxes. We will do. Is 14 all we can grab? Is that the max capacity here? That's easy. If we mess this up, we mess this up. It's all good. All right, let's go throw it on the whole sea and get over to Levski. You only have 660K. Oh, that's what it is. I'm broke. Oh, you can tell I'm used to having a lot more money than this. Oh, that's great. Okay, cool. So we are all in, baby. We are all in. Oh, this is not going to end horribly. No. I'm good. I'm good. This is part of the risk, guys. I live and die by the monies, by the risk, by the sword, by the trade. Let's go. These guys having a staring contest? I don't know, man. I think this guy's gonna win. He doesn't even have eyes. Okay, let's do this. I already know what you told me. That's why I haven't offered. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate it. Come on, elevator. There we go. All right, docking port. I think it was actually docking port 1. I could be totally wrong here. We'll see. We're going to go load this up and see what happens. Nope, we're going away from the ship. I don't think that's right. Yep, that's not right. Docking port 2. Damn, that was fast. That just like instant transmissioned us back to the whole sea. All right, hang on. Technically, it was never my money since it was, you know, gifted to me by the gentleman who dumped 14 billion AUEC into my chat that one time. You know, if we're getting, you know, technical, guys, you know, a little bit. I've lived my life as a corporate billionaire. Kind of made things a little boring, not gonna lie. It's nice having shit to work for, you know? It's nice being worried that, shit, can I repair my ship? Can I refill my missiles? I don't know. I'm kind of scraping the bottom here. Now, there's lots of money to be made this patch with mining. Even if hauling's a little busted, mining is the good kind of busted. Because anything that you don't want to keep for, you know, crafting, you can make a buttload of money on selling. It's easy to get money with a 50k rookie hauling missions. Just stack 6 to 7 missions and you get 200k per trip. Just going from the station down to the main city. Hell yeah. Amen. But right now, working for it, worrying about it, it's a bliss. Hell yeah. Are we... There we go. Thank you for the separation there. All right, let's head back over to our cargo area. You know, coming out of this thing, Tokyo drifting a little bit. Wah, ba, 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 ba. All right. Pop over to our station. I'm going to probably park next to the golem again, just in case I need to use it for some reason if a box goes running away. I think we only have like 14, 16 SCU boxes to grab, so that's going to be pretty fast. We're going to go ahead and rotate dorsally so we can use those nice beefy ventral thrusters to slow us down a bit, because we definitely went way too fast. I've been a little bit too spoiled by flying around much more nimble ships lately between the Mark II Aurora, the Guardian MX, and the 325A. So, yeah, this big girl, man, she's got some weight behind her. 50k missions in Area 18 should be 6 at once, 300k per trip. Yeah, there's so many ways to make some pretty good money in this game. At least to keep yourself from being like truly broke. Alright, here we go. Good slowdown. Gonna pop down right in front of this. Get up nice and close. There we are. And then parking brake on. That's probably not as close as we even think we are. Yep, no, that's about perfect. Cool. Let's grab these and get out of here. We're heading over to Levski to drop off this mission and this trade. and see what we're at. So we've basically spent, what, about 600K? We'll keep that in mind for what we make. We also made about 300K from that last mission, which is pretty cool. I'm glad that it ended up actually completing. I like to let this... Once this little seal expands is when you know you can hit the button again to close it. That's my method if anybody's been curious. What's up, placeholder? Outbound flight, how you guys doing? Afternoon, Captain. Hope you're feeling better from the allergies over the weekend. Yeah, it's so random, dude. And like, I'm taking the good shit, man. I'm on, wow, that's funny, green screen issues. That's awesome. So like, I'm on Flonase and some other stuff. If like, it's like Flonase is my daily to kind of help combat potential allergies, and then I have some other things I can take to kind of back it up if needed. But yeah, man, I was you know, working on stuff for Star Citizen from like 4 to 7 a.m. when the allergies started to hit. It comes out of nowhere, and like, I know that if I get hit by an allergy attack, I'm down for the day. Fortunately, usually it's just the day. If it goes more than a day, I am truly miserable. But usually it's a day of misery that I sleep off. Next day I wake up and it's pretty much gone. But we're in that time of year here in Florida where allergy season's pretty rough. So yeah, that sucked. It just makes it to where I am not a pleasure to be around, and I can't keep my eyes open for very long, sneezing my ass off. It's not fun. It's not fun. But thanks for all the well wishes, guys, on everything. I am feeling a lot better, and it is pretty few and far between that actually happens to me. So doing good. Says he always said the whole sea is broken. You having any better luck? So there is a lot about this that's broken, but we're discovering that it's not really the whole C issue as much as it is the auto-loading stack bug that you'll notice with refined materials if you go to load it automatically into your ship and the boxes collide onto each other. We just had that problem with our first whole C mission. We actually got a 100% turn-in once we discovered that. It just meant a whole lot of crazy quantum shenanigans with like 3 boxes stacked on top of each other and chasing them down and everything. So we're doing more testing. That's what this stream's all about. You know, also giving me ideas for a good like 10 to 15 minute whole C video I can make to kind of also back up Sacks of Wine's videos, SC Holler's videos on the whole C, and help you guys all stay informed on what's going on. Workarounds possible from what I've seen. Headaches, absolutely. But it's not necessarily the whole C as much as it is the current stack issues that might also be why we don't have that wonderful stack all that I desperately miss. Like, I can't wait for you guys to experience how great it is to be able to use that stack all function. It's truly amazing. I'm surprised the whole C doesn't have a tractor beam. Oh yeah, it does, Citizen Khalid. It has 4, like said, 2 forward and aft ventral dorsal on each side. It's pretty good with the way that the boxes are behaving, and also just my habits. Running with the tractor beam's a bit easier. Also, like when you're running with the whole C tractor beam, it works really well now as far as box authority, rotating and all, but having to transition between each of the tractors from the seat to be able to see is kind of a pain. I still think it's a bit easier to use the max lift. It is also mostly personal preference for me. I've been a bit of a tractor rifle absolutist. But tractor beams have gotten a lot better though. Yeah, it actually, you can see there's one of the tractor beams there, and if you go down ventrally, you'll have one opposing that here. Basically a tractor beam that can see a majority of the spindles, which is pretty sweet if you got somebody with you, because you could have someone outside running boxes like I am, and then someone on the tractor beams maybe organizing or helping load, which is a huge help. And we're also just trying out running some trade here. We only got 3 more boxes to throw on. Kind of seeing just how usable the whole C is right now in 4.7 ahead of future hotfixes. Yeah, just the 1416 SCU boxes is super fast to load. I think a lot of folks are a bit more worried about manually loading a whole C than they need to be, because even fully loading a whole C from start to finish with 32s takes about 35 minutes. So it's not as bad as you might think. It can seem like a pretty daunting task, but once you're doing it, it's pretty chill. If you have to use the freight elevator, you have to get out anyway. Yeah, exactly. That's another good point, is if I'm already EVAing because I have to interact with the elevator, I'm already outside. Why go back inside, get on the tractor beam, do all that? You know, that's right on. I'm right there with you. Yo, Jimmy, what's up? This box inside other boxes bug has been around since the boxes. It means you have literally 2 times the SU storage of your ship. That is true. You know, somebody else did mention that. It also means you have probably about 5 to 10x the frustration and headache. Because with the current state of this box-on-box issue, auto-loading does not work very well for the whole sea as far as offload. Because it seems to have loaded everything onto the ship just fine. And actually, this mission that we picked up from here, it didn't have the box bug issue. It was only the experienced one we picked up from Baijini. But yeah, you know, it's not necessarily a new bug. It just hasn't been this bad in quite a while. So let's go ahead and set course for Nick's Gateway. We're going to be heading over to Levski. While we're there, I'm definitely picking myself up some NN cannons. I've been neglecting that. Well, I guess we'll see, because right now I'm about as poor as I have ever been in the game with 351 AUEC, guys. That is probably a lower record for me. That is wild. It's like Hakum was saying over the weekend, the true race from hero to zero. All right. Let's see if we can set course for Nyx. Nope, it doesn't want to. I think we're obstructed right now. Yeah, okay. So we got to get some clearance first. Yeah, before I got into your videos, I had to manually load some of the delivery missions. I could imagine, man. I did Rockbreaker this weekend. We had a lot of desync. Some people were T-posing, but it was still very fun. The station's packed with good loot. Yeah, that's awesome. Glad you had a good time. I do think that even with the problems that have ensued with this patch, this is probably one of the best patches we've had in a very long time. A lot of new stuff to do. Lots of expansion in Nyx, new missions. The blueprint grind's been a blast. We were doing that big time over the weekend. I had a blast doing that. I'm spending a lot of time in Pyro this session. I'm back in Pyro like I was before Nyx was a thing. Pyro was always my preferred home, but I found myself in Stanton a lot because of the whole sea content. Because hauling in Stanton's a little bit easier. Granted, I've got the experience to haul in Pyro now, but Stanton has always been kind of easy mode with the whole sea. Okay, this should be the Nyx Gateway. Terra! Okay, so Nyx is behind me. It's opposite. I gotta turn around. I need a bigger ox. Give me double the size. Yeah, right. Well, then you got the raft. Essentially. Okay, there it is. There it is. A good 82 gigs away. That'll be no problem at all with the TS2 Quantum Drive. That's an average travel distance in Nyx now, dude. It's crazy. I love the NN cannons for the Aurora Mark II. Same. That's actually one of the ships that I want to put the NN cannons on. The Aurora Mark II. I also want to do, just to see how stupid it's going to be, full NN build on my F8 Hornet. Not F8 Hornet, sorry, F8 Lightning. I guess, isn't... Okay, question for the chat. Is the F8 a type of Hornet? Because my instincts tell me yes. I know it's the Lightning. But yeah, anyway, that aside, yeah, a full NN build. NN 14s and 15s on the F8 Lightning. It's all across, 4 and 4. I think that would be fucking crazy, dude. I want to see that. But can you track it from the pilot seat? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hornet's just the name given to the ship, so no. Ah, fair enough. Cap, can you successfully haul BW Systems, auto or manual? Wait, BW Systems. Explain it to me like I'm 5, because that's escaping me right now. My F7A has an NN NDB build. Oh yeah, Edric, that's got to be glorious. Those weapons are just like destined to pair together, so that sounds amazing. People's Alliance stations are a nice ad. I really love the music playing in People's Alliance. Yeah, so I actually set my home, for anybody who's curious, I am a Lambda citizen, because it's as far away from everybody as possible, and as close to Pyro Gateway as any of the stations. So I have moved my setting, my home base to Lambda. That's where I'm at. Oh, successful hauling between systems? Possibly? Okay. I've never seen it, you know, spelled out that way. Cool. Thank you, man. Now I know. Well, we're about to do that. He came in at a good time, Holden. Wait a minute, like Captain Holden? What's up, dude? Remember the can't. We're actually heading to Nyx on an interstellar mission for both a trade and a Kovalex mission. So we've got scrap for trade, and we've got a mission actually through the Kovalex system to go from Everest Harbor to Levski. So that's what we're about to do. We're going to see if it works. And I've got scammers calling me on my phone. Angie Frog, I need you to block everybody from calling me now. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to find out, man. Luke Goblin Gamers, what's up? Just joined in the contracts loading correctly. I saw some having issues with the auto load, not loading the containers correctly. Yeah, no, that part is very much busted. What is happening is just like the mining issues where the boxes are on top of each other. You'll pull a 32 off and there's two 32s inside it, and it's crazy. So we had that revelation with trying to manually turn in the first mission, which we got done successfully, 100% completion. Let's go. So we're going to be continuing to test that throughout today. What I want to do is get over to Nick's so we can grab all the Ling family contracts we possibly can to turn those in to see if we have any upgrades into the junior rank. So we're doing all kinds of whole sea hauling testing today. Right now we're doing a combination again of trading and Covalex, going Interstellar from Stanton to the Nick's system. Commander Jackal was a... Let's see, I love the whole sea when autoloading is working. Without autoloading, I feel like almost any other hauling ship is better. I respectfully disagree, because the amount of time I've done hauling with the C2 or even the Caterpillar, if you're fully loading it, stacking, you know, 5 to 8 missions, it is not uncommon that you spend 20 to 30 minutes loading that ship. And that is about what it takes to fully manually load a whole sea of 32 SCU boxes. And most of the time, you're not doing that. So I understand the mental sentiment. I think a lot of people think that way, but I think in practice, they're a lot more similar than you would imagine, especially dealing with the external freight elevators and such. Especially with trade and all, if you're working with an area of boxes that, you know, make sense to you. I fully loaded half of the whole sea with 32 SUs of iron in 17 minutes. So naturally extrapolate that to just over half an hour to fully load a whole sea. That's really not bad. I hope all the stations get the external freight elevators. That will help a lot. Yes, Loot Goblin, totally. All the Lagrange stations, all the People's Alliance stations, all of the stations in Pyro. It doesn't make any sense for stations to not have external freight elevators because they need to take in cargo. They need to take in supplies. And I don't know, it just makes sense. Even if they had half the amount of elevators as the ones we have now, still, I mean, come on, guys, give us something. I bet we will see that when they start to rework the systems, because I imagine they're going to. They're going to hit the planets with Genesis, so it makes sense to give everything a good pass. Maybe add those freight systems to the existing stations we have that don't have them. Oh yeah, Captain, how's it going? What's up, Kobas? It is going pretty well so far. We're making the whole sea work. You know, I think I can confidently say that. We had the first mission work properly since we manually turned it in and figured out the stack bug that it's dealing with. And we're also running with only one power plant and one cooler, running a little bit more efficiently as far as our loadout there, a bit of a lower signature since we're not stacking up all that excess power, which is nice. Has anyone tried the missiles in 4.7? I heard the missiles had a rework along with ship armor, like better explosions. So one thing that missiles are doing now is they're not penetrating inside your ship, essentially one-tapping you in a Connie like they were in the last patch. They have to deal with your armor first. So they're not, honestly, I guess point blank, they're not as dangerous as they used to be. They've been nerfed pretty hard as far as their total damage. I used the Firebird a bunch and it worked. It's just too expensive to keep using. Yeah, missiles still do a good amount of damage and weaken ship armor, which then helps your weapons do damage, but they don't have that sort of AoE penetration component knockout that they did in 4.6, which was really frustrating because you'd have like 1 or 2 size 2 Dominators hit your Connie and your whole ship's disabled and you can't flare them out or get away, and that was peak frustration, man. That would drive me insane. So I actually welcome that change quite a bit. Alright, we're going to go ahead and flip and burn because we are heading in at almost a full kilometer a second. Missiles are harder to lock. Pinging helps lock them. Yeah, especially if you're running cross-section because you need that ping effect to be able to see the cross-section. Alright, let's go ahead and start burning because we are not as heavy as we would be. We're nowhere near full, so a standard retro burn should be totally fine. Utilize those biggest thrusters to slow down as fast as possible. The whole C was my daily driver. I trade only now. The whole C autoload is broken. The C2 is now my go-to. I have 3 kids and don't have 30 minutes to spend loading anything. Fair point, my friend. That is a big part of the discussion. The convenience and time you have to play. I have no argument against that. I don't think any rational person should, honestly. That is a good point. All right. There we go. I was about to say, where's our calibration for the wormhole? I know we have a fucking jump drive on this thing. It's fine by me. Using missiles to soften armor or do a last hit sounds nice. Yeah, totally. I'm in the next station windows waving to you. Hell yeah, DVs. That's awesome. All right, cracking her open. Let's go. That is a cool shot. Let's see if we make it through the wormhole in one go, yeah? Or if we're gonna get spat out a few times. Here we are. All right, our first interstellar hauling trip in 4.7, man. Kind of felt a little sad that I didn't touch the whole C in the PTU at all. This is my first time in the whole C since probably early 4.6. Because I didn't use the whole C a whole lot in 4.6 either. I think 4.5 I did a lot of pyro hauling, but that was about it. I'll be passing you on the next side, heading to Stanton. Hell yeah. Good shit, guys. So how's everybody's experience been in 4.7 so far, in general? Like all you guys in the chat. Have you been having fun with the new mining, crafting, inventory system? What you thinking? Wake, what's your tactic for initially scanning to locate minerals you want to mine? So I've been kind of feeling out different regions in Pyro because now mining's a bit different. Now you can't just go to the Halo and expect to find everything eventually. Now they actually have regional scarcity. So I've learned a few tricks. Like, you can find Aurotite in Pyro because the ring around Terminus is basically a mirror copy of the ring around Yella. So I'll go to Terminus to grab up Aurotite, and there's usually some good bits of iron and titanium and azurite in the ring around Terminus as well. There's a massive concentration of Hephaestonite, silicon, and quartz around Monox. Sorry, Pyro 2. So I'll often go there, though Hephaestonites become my arch nemesis because there's so much of it with shitty quality, and it's usually really volatile, and the word is so long that you can barely see the quality of what you're mining. You have to like zoom in and hope you can see what the hell it's saying. Real pain in the ass. But I've been taking notes. Part of my strategy is using a notepad, which once we get into this quantum jump here, I'll pull my notepad up and show you kind of what I've been doing. So, because it's signatures actually matter now. Like, you can also memorize what certain rock signatures are. Like, Aurotite is 3770. Yeah, because Recite is 3385, Stellaron is 3185, and they're always paired with certain rocks like Laranite. And so I've got like my crafting requirements for the weapons that I found blueprints for. Let's see, mining info, there we go. So like when I'm going to different areas, I'm taking note of what's there and what's paired, because they're always paired together. So Bexelite, gold, and borates are always together. Tin and copper are always together. Iron can be alone. Titanium, azurite, and agresium always together. So if you see a rock that says titanium, or you see a rock that says agresium, it also has the other stuff in it. So I have just been taking note of the places I go, writing down the rocks that I see, what's more common, what isn't. They tweaked scarcity up quite a bit in the days before it went live. So a lot of these RMB asteroid clusters, they're pretty tight now. They don't have a whole lot of hef. There is a little bit of hef and quartz and such, but it is primarily Stellaron, Recite, Torite, aluminum, tin and copper, that sort of stuff. Around the stations, like the Lagrange stations or like Checkmate and stuff in Pyro, that's where you're going to find a lot of like Bexelite and borates and gold. That's really common. And then if you want to go down planet side, there is a really cool thing that on your map, when you click on a planet, like if we zoom out here and we go to Pyro, it'll show you. Am I like bugged now? It's not letting me zoom out. Come on. I'm trying to educate my peoples here, man. So we've got, great. So my map is partially broken. Cool. Anyway, if you click on planets in the region, it'll tell you what's there, and that's pretty accurate. What is not accurate right now, and what I would avoid, is this journal. Where to mine? Ignore this. This is outdated. They haven't updated this yet. So click on the actual planets in your system, in Pyro or Stanton, and it'll show you at least what the most common rock is, and then the pairing still applies. So if it says like, hey, you can get silicon here, well, you can also expect that to be quartz and hephaestonite. So I hope that makes some sense. That's probably a really kind of convoluted way of talking about what I do. But I've been doing a lot of mining and crafting through 4.7, PTU, and in live. 4.7's been great. Worst bug is falling through planets because of climbing down ladders. Yeah, especially with Connies. Careful with the Connie ramp being extended and the landing gear issues pushing you through planets. Not fun. I've died from falling through planets about once per hour. Hopefully the hotfix fixes that. So, Kryn Maliki, I'm wondering what ship have you noticed that problem happening with for you? Server error and stand... Oh, yikes. Mr. Kraken has a fix for the name issue. Oh, cool. Just DM'd you a patch by Mr. Kraken that fixes the Hephaestonite problem. Wait, what? Oh, because of how long it's written out with the words on it? I'll have to check that out. Okay. Thanks for the DM. I appreciate that. I'll definitely take a peek. Seat to Hercules is what I've been using primarily and falling through the planet. Okay. Yeah, because I know my buddy Captain Kuzo was having that problem with his Connie. It kept throwing him through the planet when he would get out of it. Having to do with the Connie's cargo bay being a problem. Worst bug is the auto storing even on planet. That doesn't sound good. Have you noticed performance being worse this update? For me, no. Performance has actually been pretty good. Foxhole missions rep progression is broken. That sucks. How so, Hazard Shield? I'm curious. Let's see. Spending so much time getting the blueprints, I haven't done anything else except a few cargo hauls. Yeah. I've been kind of splitting my time between mining and getting blueprints. Because I like the more relaxed, slower pace of the mining process versus the constant mission jumping to get the blueprints done, which we've gotten quite a bit. Actually, when we get to Nyx, too, once we get inside, we can hit the fabricator and check out all the blueprints I've gotten. I can show you guys how busy I've been. Also shows the blueprint rewards on the mission list. I don't want that. I've been ignoring that. I've been finding all my blueprints organically. I don't care about just automatically knowing where blueprints are. For me, personally, and this isn't a dig at anybody else, it's like having a movie spoiled. Why go to the fucking movie theater? You already been told everything about the movie. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want every patch of a game to come out and be like, here's how you do everything. You don't have to think about anything anymore. And I'm like, well, what's the point of doing it then? Like, now it's just purely a grind for that one thing versus there being, like, any discovery or, you know, actual exploration or figuring things out yourself. But that's just me. If people prefer that, you know, you do you. Yeah, I'm trying my best not to look at the YouTube or website they keep putting out. Yeah, and by all means, guys, feel free to drop the links for people who do want to see. All I ask respectfully is that not to tell me, like, directly, like, hey, this mission gets you this blueprint. Because that'll just make me unhappy. All right, let's hop over to one of these elevators and offload. Actually, let me go ahead and see if we can...
Oh, hey, you'd like to move some cargo, okay? Give me a second. Just need to find the right button. Here you go. Got a deck assignment for you.
Ah, that's pretty cool. I haven't heard the new voice acting for the cargo grid, so that's awesome. That was enjoyable.
Here, line up. We can get to work.
Big fan, dude. I like that. Okay, so they're putting a little more effort into the different voice acting spheres. Hell yeah. All right. Let's see if we're able to drop this off. Nothing is stacked or collided on one another, so I'm thinking that means that it'll be a clean drop-off. So it's all this stuff off of starboard nacelle, or not nacelle.
We're off.
There it goes.
Aslan here. Just woke up to see the transfers complete. That's pretty cool.
Oh, we're missing just one box. Oh my gosh, that's not bad though. That's really easy. We can just go drop that off manually. Hell yeah. All right, let's do it. Whoop. I think the tower's to the right of us. Yeah. Almost ran right into it. Here we go. So let's drop off this last box plus our trade materials. Pretty cool. Let's get up a little closer.
There you go. All set. I'm lost. You want me to do what?
I love it, dude. I do.
Good. Need to move some cargo, huh? Sure thing. Let me just...
Yo, Richie, I'm looking forward to getting the whole bee in a fortnight. Yeah, me too. I can't wait to try that out. And wow, you know, I've been thinking it every...
Yours.
Quit talking, Levski guy. I'm trying to talk to my peoples. All right. If you notice, like, see that reflection? I haven't... Sorry, my door is on crack right now. Look at that. That's kind of crazy, man. I saw it a couple of times, and it almost made me feel like I was going the wrong way. Ah, all right. Bro, shut the hell up. Okay, we're turning off voice. Because it's doing that stupid repetitive shit again. Ironclad almost here. Yes, I know. I'm so excited for it. Did Wicklow get a side job at Levski ATC? Who knows? Possibly. No, that sounds like the same old guy that we've all loved from classic Levski days. It's just that the ATC still does that annoying thing where it'll keep talking, keep triggering, and it's like, all right. So we're interacting with this terminal to sort of claim it. You know, the thing you still want to always do. That way you don't just like lose cargo. And now that we've got it, we can offload the rest of our goodies here. So we'll go ahead and start throwing all of this in for our trade run, which shouldn't be an issue since we put this on manually. So like, honestly, if this works out well, it makes me think that trade in the whole sea is very much still alive and well. Granted, it depends on how much you're willing to do yourself. But I mean, a little bit of elbow grease could end up in a whole lot of money. It sounds like him a little bit, does it? I feel like it's really lacking that super foreign accent that Wicklow has. Doesn't he have like a really obvious accent? I don't really have anything to relate it to because I haven't dealt with Wicklow enough to know what he really sounds like. But I know he's got like a very peculiar foreign sort of vocal to him. Which, okay, I recognize that's subjective. Foreign to me, who's sitting here in Florida, not really having much of an accent in the traditional sense. Manual loading early in the whole sea is AIDS. Is it really that bad? I mean, that might be like the same kind of people who think that it's AIDS to swap seats in the mole. I mean, some folks are, I get it, you know, the idea of doing any extra steps just sounds like cancer. But, you know, to me, this is the no-brainer, man. This is easy. This is cake. This takes no time at all. Especially if you can ensure that it's done right and that all your stuff is offloaded and you make all that monies. It's, I guess, where it comes into the whole teach their own. You know, some folks like to throw freight and move cargo and do industrial stuff, and some folks don't. Probably kind of like the difference between the enjoyment of long-form content versus people who just, you know, fly through 30-second TikTok reels. Attention spans vary. You know what I mean? All right, there we go. Got all those off, and I think we just had the 124 SU box on the other side of here. There we are. Speaking of mole, is the moth fixed? How's it now? Yeah, the moth's great. The moth is fixed and an incredible ship from what I've heard everyone else tell me. I have not actually ran it yet. But from what Captain Kuza says and several other folks, I think Angry Frog used it quite a bit. The moth is kicking ass. I prefer the auto load and unload, but if I have to manually do it, I will. Yeah, I mean, sure, that makes sense. It's the convenience factor. Who doesn't like to have some convenience to speed things up, right? But it's not the end of the world, though, if it jacks up or does partials, because at least we have the option now to deliver stuff manually. It still does the 1 SCU if you turn on auto eject. Wait, really? Damn. So maybe you can better explain for us what's exactly happening there. So instead of pumping out 8 SCU boxes like it's supposed to, it's popping out 1 SCU boxes? Mole's really grown on me now. The option to have 3 loadouts is secretly great. Yes, that versatility. Being able to have like a powerhouse Helix, a workhorse Hofstad, and a cleanup sort of head like an Arbor with all the different modules you can put on it. Not to mention now that we can put a freaking ATLS Geo inside the Mole and do the hand minables while we also do the rock minables. Or like the ship minables, not the rock, like the vehicle rock. Yeah, it's pretty huge, man. I love that. Mole solo isn't that bad, and there are benefits to solo Mole rather than Prospector. However, manually loading a whole sea is a massive time sink. And if it was, don't auto load would be vastly more profitable. Well, sure. I mean, again, you're not spending much more time loading a whole C than you would already be spending loading a Caterpillar or a C2 or a Carrack or a Star, like whatever the hell else. Like, I'll die on this hill. I think a lot of folks are just overly dramatic about the whole C. Because I spend a lot of time auto-loading it. I spend a lot of time manually loading and offloading it. And it ain't that bad, guys. It's kind of like, cry me a river, baby. You be alright. You be alright. Granted, it's not the kind of gameplay for everybody. That's fair. You know, if you don't want to deal with it, then maybe you shouldn't be flying a whole C. You know what I mean? There's other game loops for a reason. But I mean, look how fast we just got through that. We just offloaded everything we had for the trade and the mission with no problem. That was a piece of cake. Now we're gonna go ahead and dock, hop in, and see if we can sell that scrap for a profit that we bought. Then check out some other stuff. Why are we getting all these proximity alerts? Wicklow sounds like he was trading silk in Constantinople at some point. I love his accent. Yeah, same. Agreed. I can see that. Whole C gameplay is just another optional loop. You love it or you don't, but we ain't being forced into it. Yeah, exactly, Jackal. I think that's a good way to say it. That's a good way to say it. Alright, let's see if we can get ourselves a docking node here. I notice we're struggling to find somewhere to land, so I might just pop down on a pad, honestly. We got options there, too. We don't need to actually dock this thing, because we got her closed up, yeah? Yep, she's good. Gear down. Got a nice big old pad right down here. We got a lot of people on pads today.
Landing gear down.
Yeah, the mole churns out 1 SU boxes now. Thankfully, hated the SU previously. Oh, yeah, I don't think the moth doing the 1 SU boxes is intentional. I think that's a problem. So I wouldn't get used to it. I don't think that's going to be sticking around. Speaking of moth. Wait, no, that's a mole. That's a mole. What's up, mole? That is a dirty-ass mole. Holy shit. That mole has been around. Okay.
Landing successful.
And I think we might even be able to still fuel up. Yeah, because we're in the zone and they're not. So we'll probably end up taking this out of here just to not take up this pad later. But we couldn't get... So that is something in this patch that annoys the shit out of me. It's the random launch your ship up when you get out of your seat bullshit. If there's something to frustrate me, that's one of them. That sometimes affects your ability to mine too. We also have our engines off. So gravity should have prevented us from that happening.
Landing successful. Engines off. Launch sequence complete.
What is your malfunction? Gravity should be preventing this. This is peak stupid. I'm about to just Alt F4 and try to resync this, because that is dumb as shit. Nah, yeah, no, engines have been off both times. This is just some really stupid shit that happens when you get out of your pilot seat sometimes. Slide to this and just EVA. Yeah, it's an option. Probably what we're gonna have to do, because look how stupid that is. What is happening here? All right,
Engines on.
let's hop up, gear up. We're gonna do just that. We're just gonna EVA, because ain't nobody got time for that shit.
Landing gear up.
All right.
Shield off.
Notice we're not getting any visuals on whether or not our shield is on. Okay, shields are powering on. See it right there. Good stuff. Okay, cool. And it looks like we're not floating off into nothingness. All right. Yo, Thor, power everything down works for me. Well, I mean, the only thing we didn't have powered down there at that point was really our coolers. I mean, if the engines are off, gravity should prevent you from floating away. But hey, EVA is an option, so we do what we can. Adapt and adjust to the craziness that we have to deal with. Let's see if we can get onto this pad. Right on. Gravity works for our feet at least. That's good. That's helpful. Alright. Keep my head on straight here. I want to make sure I get some NN cannons. Gotta sell the scrap we got with the whole C. And then we can see about grabbing some link contracts and getting those delivered back over in Stanton, likely. Half expected a human yeetus into space there. Yeah, it would not have surprised me, honestly. Of the systems that could act up, Nyx is definitely it, with everything they've changed here. With how much they've made it grow. Alright. Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's fine. We'll do the trade first. We'll go to the cargo level, and then we'll head to Teach's to look at getting those NN cannons. Just wait to see which of those doors open up first. I like to kind of sit farther back and just wait to see whichever one wins, and then I run into that elevator. Actually, I haven't been back to Levski in a little while. There we go. This guy's having a hard time. Oh. Good job, buddy. Made it. Looks like the guy that was floating around dead outside of the pyro stations earlier today. Nope, not here. That stupid nose tickle again. Touchdown. Yo, 13 Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. That's why am I going this way? Nope. Is he freaking out? What the heck? When I went there to buy my cannons, I couldn't wait to get back to Stanton. Yeah. I don't care too much about being in Stanton. Stanton's okay. Stanton's pretty playable, which is nice. For the most part, I've been out in Pyro. For the mining goods out there, as well as the contracts. Alright. Let's see. We're back up to 100k from the last mission, so that's good. And let's see. We'll pick Levski. We should be able to sell the scrap for a decent amount. Oh, yeah. Damn. Now, I wonder if we'll be able to sell these all together. Probably not. Unless the hotfix corrected that. Oh, that's awesome. Wow, that's a good bit of money. Cool. That trade was successful. Let's go. That's 2 counts of the whole C being workable. You know, not perfect, but workable. In Gen Chat on Discord, I posted an SS of your ship. The spindles are partially deployed on my screen.
Now approaching station.
Oh, is that what's
Stand
happening?
clear of disembarking passengers.
Having some weird spindle action preventing us from staying on the ground, maybe? Or there's some, like, weird physics happening? Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. Where's the best place to find tungsten? Haven't been able to find good sources of it since 4.7 dropped. So tungsten, for the most part, you're only going to find planet side. I've had great luck finding it on Adir, A-D-I-R. That's been probably the best place to look for it, around Pyro 5. Outside of that, around Stanton, I'm not sure. You want to click on the different planets and moons, like, you know, click on Daymar, Selen, Yella, click on, you know, Aberdeen, Lyria, Hurston, Microtech, and see which ones say that they have it. Tungsten is typically paired with another element. Let me get it for you. So if you see a rock with either of these, then tungsten can be a part of that source. It is... Did I not write it down? What the heck? I didn't write it down. I'm so sorry. I might have to go hunt down some tungsten later to see. Aluminum, corundum together, azurite, titanium, and agresium. What is tungsten paired with? Laranite, I think? Not always. I think tungsten and laranite are typically paired together. I think partially extended spindles is over 60% common issue. I think there are pills for that. You get in the medics. Jesus crying. Oh, you got me there. Alright, let's go get our NN cannons. Oh shit, I should have claimed my F8. Let me do that first. I still have a medium hangar here? Okay, interesting. Alright. It's the only ship I really care to throw them all on. Well, I also would like to get some smaller NNs, so maybe the Arrow. Yeah, there we go. Let me get that Arrow. Okay. Did I expedite? Anvil F8 expedited. Sweet. Alrighty. Back to teach as we go. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Oh, the Apollo modules. Nice. Nope. Vehicle weapons. Attritions. There they are. And then 13, 14s, and 15s. Hell yeah. Here. How many can I have? Oh my gosh. I don't technically need that many. I need 4 size 3s and 4 size 2s. These things also look really cool. And then we'll do not attritions. 2 size 1s. Or actually, let me get another 2 size 2s. There we go. Because I'll put those on my Aurora as well. Yeah. The Aurora Mark II. At least until I lose it. Yo, Doramora, how are you broke? Because I'm running on only my own money now. I basically started this patch with about 50k. I've been as low as 300 AUEC and as high as about 2 million so far. Alright. Let's go back down here. Bye-bye money. Yep. Yeah, we just spent a good chunk of our earnings on those NN cannons, which is good. That's kind of how I figured it would go. Let's get that Aurora claimed over. Trade out the Omnis I was running for the NNs. That'll be awesome. Would like to know if I can fit 2 to 3 1SU boxes along with the Rock DS in the back of a Nomad. I don't think you're getting the Rock in a Nomad, let alone the Rock DS. The Nomad's not big enough for that. You could probably fit the Geo, though. You should be able to put the Geo in the back with a couple of boxes. That could be fun. But yeah, the Nomad's way too big. Or sorry, the Rock is way too big for the Nomad. What is the smallest ship that might fit a Rock? The Cuddy. Probably the Cuddy Black. You can fit a... Wait, you can fit a Rock in the Nomad? Not the DS. No way. Pixar, it didn't happen. Oh, we could probably try it. I got them. Atlas Geo would fit with 1 bigger box. I think the Nomad can fit stack 1 SE or 2, 3 high. Nice. Okay. I wouldn't expect a Nomad's bed to be that big. Hold on. Somebody's getting shot at. Long time ago, I saw someone using the Rock and the Nomad. What the fuck is happening right now? I saw that. I saw, like, lasers coming into my hangar. Be gone, demons! Not interested in doing geo mining because the geo has too small capacity. Yeah, but that's not really a problem now that you can carry like an 8SU crate and then use the proximity inventory system to throw stuff between. It makes that a total breeze. That's what I use with the mole. I throw a Geo in it. I have either a 2, 4, or an 8 SU box in there. Dunzo, man. All good. I'm curious, though. Let's see, we got some time. I'm going to do a little science here. Because I'm pretty sure I got a couple of rocks, including the DS on me. Yeah, let's do this. How do you get the Geo in the mole? Tractor beam. Easy day. Yeah, fits on the elevator. Exactly. It fits real comfortably right on the elevator. I keep my Geo on my mole now with a couple of 2 SKU boxes next to it. Yeah, honestly, it's fantastic. It makes the mole far and away the best mining vehicle you can use all around. Because you can do the ship stuff and then have the Geo along to stop by and grab some Dolomite, Hadonite, Veridom, whatever the hell you want. It's a great time, dude. Love it. I'm actually really blown away by this. And you know me, man. When I don't believe something, I gotta try it. And then if it works, I take a double shot of tequila for you guys because I was wrong. So let's find out, shall we? You know me. Science, baby. I will always back up my beliefs with testing. And I will never be afraid to admit when I am fucking wrong. And then you guys get to have some fun. For science! Yes, you need to be able to get the rock in the Nomad, but you couldn't close the hatch. Interesting, okay. Are the mining missions worth doing? I think the mining missions drop blueprints. I haven't done them to see that for sure, but I'm pretty sure the Shubin mining missions drop you like the Grey Cat stuff. It's the only thing that makes sense to me because it's an industrial armor blueprint. That's probably the only reason I would do them other than just like learning the tricks of the trade because they're not good money. Honestly, I don't know if anybody's gotten far enough in the mission tree to see that they're worth doing for money. But I think you're better off selling stuff. Mining missions can drop a variety of stuff. Okay. I don't remember the rock being this like... Oh, maybe I have a paint for it. Maybe that's what it was. Oh, thank you. Alright. Let's get this off of the pad, pull up the Nomad, and see if we can actually hit the thing, because that'll be a bit of a mind blow for me.
Systems activating. Systems on.
What the fuck? So clunky trying to drive these things sometimes. Oh man, we're getting a raid. What's up? Kudu hit me back with the raid. I appreciate it, man. How you doing, dude? Thank you so much, my brother. I hope you're having a good live stream. What did you all get into out there? We're actually doing a little science now because I've been told that the rock fits in the Nomad, so we got to see if that's real. Because I didn't know that, and that blew my mind. Yo, Benny Viola, how's it going? Lieutenant Rex, farming those blueprints. Yeah, I've taken a little bit of a break from that. Been doing some whole sea testing on my own side. Just some blueprint hunting. Gotta head out now. Hope you have a good stream. Yo, thank you so much, Kudu. If you guys aren't by any chance following him already, you should. It's good stuff. I was watching his stream, I think it was last week. So definitely go give Kudu a heads or check out his stream. I can't word right now. I'm all over the place. Yeah, you broke my brain with the raid. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you guys have fun with us. We're doing some science. We're messing around with the whole sea, trying to make it work. We've had some pretty good luck. Right now, we're going to see if we can stuff this rock in the Nomad, because I'm still kind of gobsmacked. I don't think you can. If I'm wrong, I will be taking a double shot of tequila to eat my own words. Because that just... It does not look compatible. I know you can't fit the DS. There's no way. Got killed in a rab by a player, so taking a break to get some food. Damn. Yeah, that's always a risk out there in Pyro. I think Rock DS may fit also, though I think it's a little tougher to get in. So it's got a wider wheelbase and more wheels. So like I can fit the Rock in the Hermes just fine. Was not able to fit the DS. Almost. It was closer than I thought, but let's see. I'm gonna get a Nomad regardless to try the DS if this works well. Well, I've got the DS too, so I'll try that. I mean, feel free to try it yourself, because if you can cram it in some way, by all means, go for it. Alright. See, a little clunky here. I want to back it in because that seems like the only way that really makes sense. You know, the closer we get to it, the more that looks like it might fit. It kind of reminds me of like putting a four-wheeler into a pickup truck. No shit. That is way more space than I expected. Also, driving these things with flight sticks, pretty awesome. Pretty easy to do. Okay, let's do the close test. With room to spare, yeah. Yeah, no way the DS is fitting. I'll pull it up and try, though. I might be getting a little tipsy if that ends up working, but... Okay, it gets a little weird. You might want to take the tractor beam off. Doesn't like the hatch being closed. Hang on, let's see if we can make it happy. If it sits, it fits, right? I think that counts. Oh, you think it's the rock hatch? Yo, what's up, Davey Ryder? Is that what I gotta close? Hang on, let's see if we can place it back down in a way that's... Geez, that was a bit rough. My gosh, calm down. It's not that hard. Okay, buddy. There we go. Just like that. Well, not quite. Alright, let's close the front door. Maybe that's what it is. That might be the problem. Man, vehicles and tractor beams still don't get along very well. What are you doing? Come here. Jeez, dude. Alright, get on the ground. That's stupid. So I can't pull it in any closer than this, which is part of the problem here. Alright, let's see. Just see if I can flat rotate it. It's faster just to back the thing in, driving it again. The tractor beam sucks. I'm just swiping my mouse over and over to get the turnaround. Alright, I'm going to drop it. And then now we're going to put it back. Alright, I think that's about as good as that's going to get. Once I'm ready to mess with setups, I will use one setup for racing, space, and flight sims. I'll be able to use my wheel. Hell yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, so that seems a lot less volatile with the hatch closed. I would definitely want to strap it down. Like, the hauler in me is like, yo, get some straps, because that does not look secure. But it fits, so I'll be right back, guys, because I owe y'all a couple of shots. Un momento. There we go. Alright, so I'm guessing we want to see... Yeah, Durham, because my claim was that it would not fit. So, since I was wrong, I had to take a shot. That's kind of the drinking game. If I'm certain about a claim and I think it's wrong, and I end up being wrong, I pay for it. With a nice double shot that I kind of overfilled. So I went to try to slurp up a little bit of the top of the rim, which made me partially inhale it, which made my throat a little scratchy, so I apologize. Alright, let's drop this out and see if we can fit the DS. I don't think so, but we're going to try it. Did you wiggle it and say that's not going anywhere, otherwise it doesn't count, right? Yeah. No, I mean, with ship's cargo physics... Alright, you just get over there. I don't feel like dealing with your wobbly ass. I gotta pull out the DS anyway. It's a payment to the audience because I drink the alcohols and then people get to enjoy the after effects of said thing. Alright, let's actually store the Nomad before we call the DS, because I've had too many ships not despawn, resulting in booms when they end up spawning on top of each other. So, why? What the hell? Oh, it's CO. It's not consolidated. It's just C.O. That's right. There it is. Alright, store that. Little jank. It fits, but not if you were to add the SU boxes. Yeah, you're not really bringing any boxes with you. Not on the Nomad, at least. I still think probably one of the best ships to do this with at the more entry level is the Cuddy Black. That's kind of been the classic go-to for folks that want to go rock mining, is to throw it in a Cuddy. If you got an Asgard, you've got room for plenty of rocks and boxes. That's an easy day. It's a ship reproductive ritual, yeah. A little explosive. I've had the explosion issue in hangars when storing C2 with a vehicle in it. Oh, really? Like the ship inside the C2 ends up going boom? That's not good. Alright, let's see how crazy it is to bring out the DS. I like the DS, though. Like, as a vehicle, it's really cool, man. It's got some serious, like, big-ass rover vibes with those wheels. That is just awesome, man. But that's also part of the problem with why it won't fit in the Hermes, is because it's got a really wide wheelbase. So it being able to cram through the Hermes door is pretty much an impossibility. I tried cramming it in with a tractor beam. I tried like forcing it in, driving it, and it just wouldn't go. ATLS Geo and some boxes would make more sense for the Nomad. Agreed. That's what I was saying earlier. But I totally get the argument that, you know, there's a lot more space in the rocks for picking up stuff. Again, I counter that by saying that with the proximity looting system we got back, hitting I and just transferring between the Geopod to like a 2, 4, 8 SU box, whatever you bring with you, is really solid. But lots of folks are going to want to try different configurations for stuff.
Systems on.
These things are fun to drive, man. With this tire setup and shit. Oh, I love it. Alright, let's figure out where we want to park this thing. Probably right behind us. In that little garage area. Well, med bay. Whoa, okay, there we go. Well, a little bit further. There we are. Alright, let's get that Nomad back out and see how bad of a decision this is. I do have a Cuddy. If you guys want to see what it's like to shove one of these in a Cuddy, let me know. I know we didn't really plan to do this, but I love it, man. I love when the audience has ideas and wants to see stuff. What the heck was that? What was what? you saw nothing. Now, there's all kinds of weird collision effects inside these hangars. I wish they were like the Aero view where you had a lot more room for ships, like along the sides, like above me here and on the other side. The Aero view hangars at Orison and New Babbage are so much better for this sort of thing. I'd like to see it in a Cuddy. I don't own a Nomad. Yeah, for sure. I think every series of Cuddy. I got the black, steel, and the red, I think, for some reason. I don't know. I didn't buy them all. At least I don't think I did. Maybe I did when I was a few billionaire or something. Never seen that vehicle. Oh, that's the Rock DS. Yeah, that's the two-man Rock. It's really fucking cool. You have to have one guy in the laser and the other guy driving, or you can drive, hop out, get in the laser, and crack. I think the Rock DS carries more than the standard Rock. At least that would be my guess, without having actually used them both. And I don't know if the DS laser has the same problem that the standard Rock laser has. Do we need to go to Stanton and do some Rock testing, guys? Should since we did the whole C stuff and saw that it kind of works, what do you think? DS may not be bugged. That's what I'm thinking, Edric. Yeah, I'm wondering, actually. Yeah, DS is like 3 SCU, I believe. That's fucking awesome. DS utterly useless. Damn, DV is coming out with the slam. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I wonder. I'm kind of curious. As far as looks, man, the DS has got some serious freaking aesthetic, dude. This thing looks awesome. Like, the regular Rock, it looks like a toy. The DS looks like it's here to put in some work. Just from a purely, like, a looks standpoint, not like a use standpoint. It does have a stronger laser. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I have one. I haven't tried it yet, so maybe we should go do some Rock testing. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, with these fat ass tires, bro, I don't think so. Oh shit, guys, hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Test how many shots to kill the DS. Yeah, we could probably do that too. Hold on, hold on. What's up? Wait a minute. Hold up. If it sits, it fits, right? Hold on. Wait, let's go. This is what happens with tequila. I don't really get drunk necessarily, but I get more stupid. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. I think, yo, Cranen, we might be onto something here. I think I can fit boxes on this. Hold up. I don't know if I have any boxes here. I might have to go buy some. Bro, you know what the rock reminds me of? Literally reminds me of that small round car in Rocket League. The Nomad, right? Yes! I love the Nomad. I use the Nomad a lot in Rocket League. It's so retarded. If it stays while you fly, it's good to go. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Hang on. I want to go get some boxes. Because the question was, can you fit some SCU boxes with the Nomad or with the Rock and the Nomad? Or the Rock DS and the Nomad. So, package deal, baby. We got to go and get some boxes. Hold on. Rock has a size 0 Arbor. DS has a size 0 Hofstede. Ooh. I am a fan of the Hofstede, man. Alright, so hopefully it doesn't eat my ship and do some weird stuff to the DS, because we might have some serious, like, ghetto rig status DS Nomad action here. Like the redneck with the pickup truck that throws shit in the back without it being tied down. Those are the vibes I'm getting. Yikes, that person's having a real hard day. I'm sorry. Okay, moving on. I'll get a couple of 2s, I think, that we can maybe stash next to the DS. Let's see which of these open up. This is kind of hilarious. 2x1 SCU boxes would be ideal. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Wait, you don't mean 2 singles, right? You mean 1, 2? Betting that person was an NPC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that person was an NPC. How do you know my truck? Yes, buddy. Because I also grew up in a redneck family. So, yeah. I know the feeling. Except, my dad always drilled it in me to strap your shit down. At least. Bungee cords, wires, like whatever the hell you need. At least do something to strap your shit down. Nope. Oh, I got a hiccup. Damn. I know I have my 8-ounce poured tequila in a double shot, but there's had a full-ass hiccup there. That's kind of funny. No, I mean 2 singles. One is for bulk off gems. The very good stuff goes in the second box. Copy. Okay, cool. Yeah, this works. We should be able to do what we need to here. I still have a really bad habit of hopping out of that elevator sooner than I should. But yeah, we should be able to get those store all crates in the refinery here. Okay, so we'll do what you said. We'll grab a couple of singles. Alright, Maliki, you're my driving force here. We're going to get 2 singles. I'm also going to grab a couple of 2s at Levski just to have them station side. Okay, let's, well, we lost our terminal. Let's go back in. There we go. Now we got it back. Right on. Alright. And it looks like our ship's still there with the Rock DS in it. This is going to be so funny, dude. If this works, we're just going to take the Nomad as is with the Rock back to Stanton as is and go see what we can do with it. Oh, hey, man. You're still here, huh? Alright. Yo, he's got a badass Scorched Tau 4X sight on this P4 right now. This dude's a badass. You don't know it, but this dude's a badass. No, that's not our stop. Now, the Scarab car in Rocket League. He leaves the hangar, comes back to a Rock Mad DS. Yes. Wait, Lua, yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? Or I might have missed an earlier comment. If I read if you lock the cargo module open on the Aurora Mark II, you can fit an ATLS on it and it'll stay up or stay put in flight. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that actually. Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that though, because we still have to equip all of the NN cannons to our ships before we leave. I was getting way too sidetracked there. I was about to just leave without putting any of the NNs on the ships that I bought or bought them for. The two SU boxes were bugged for me. When I opened the two SU boxes, they would say can't fit inside, then close. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, there's our janky Rock DS Nomad combo. I think I still hear the Rock over here clanking around in the corner. It's not happy. Hey! Hey, you keep it down over there. Okay. Let's pull up the boxes. Let's throw the in and cannons on the ships in question. That, yeah, we have all right here. We'll just do these guys. We'll bring them up. I will hit the Moby Glass to equip these ships, and then we will carry on with our unplanned live stream adventures. Does that sound good? Looks like modern art, right? Yeah, I had to go look up the right car. Yeah, okay, so we were on the right page. Scarab vibes. I actually like using the Scarab. So, Rocket League is car soccer. Love it. It's one of the games that I play that I've played for many years. And the Scarab shares the same hitbox as the Octane, so it's kind of fun to use the Scarab to troll people, because people like hate when you use like the Merc or the Scarab. I put like a big cowboy hat on my Ford F-150 in that game too, just to troll people, because it's really funny. They get really mad, and I don't know. I enjoy making people mad in that game. But yeah, no, the Rock does very much look like the Scarab. That's hilarious. Okay, full NN build on the F8. This is going to be ridiculous. NN 14. NN 15. Wait, is this a 15 or a 14 spot? That's a 14 spot. This is a 14 slot. Okay, so it should be 4 15s and 4 14s. Yeah, this is going to be really ridiculous. Okay, 15, 15, and 15. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 15s, and 1, 2, 3, 4 14s. There we go. That's it. That is going to be a stupid, mean NN Cannon F8 Lightning. I don't have... This isn't Lambda, so I'll probably have to go to Lambda to outfit this with other stuff. I think I did hook it up with a Hunter Grade B Stealth radar. So, cool. All right, that's good. Wait, was there one other one? We did the Arrow and the F8. I don't think I had anything else I wanted to put NNs on right now. That should... Oh, the Aurora. The Aurora. The Aorus... where is it? Oh, did I not claim it? Oh, that was dumb. Yo, thank you, Attack Cat, for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you. Hang on. Let's see. The Aurora... No, it is here. Why was it not showing up under my Moby Glass? Oh, there it is. Okay. Nope, I just missed it. It's all good. So, yeah, because I was running... This thing's fully built out. This has been a badass ship. So, we're going to just replace the Omnis with the NN14s. Now, that is going to be fucking mean, dude. Oh, man, I can't wait to take the Aurora back out. We've got all EM missiles. We got Task Force 1s. Sorry, that sounded probably pretty gross. Got a little bit of bubble in my throat. We've got Task Force 1s, NDB-28s, and NN-14 cannons on this thing as a full stealth build. I even think our alien... Ooh, no, I need to upgrade the avionics. We got the Grade C stealth. I'll probably put that up to a Grade B or something. But I don't want to go too crazy with the Aurora because I'm going to lose it when the subscriber side of it goes away. I might have to buy my own. I do have the store credit for it. I don't know if I really need to buy a Mark II Aurora. Otherwise lovingly known as the Scorora. Okay, let's see. Do we have the ability to, Well, I mean, not technically, but they fit, right? So, we're not really going by any, like, OSHA standards here at this point, man. We just got a couple of 1SU boxes kind of thrown in here with our DS, dude. This is so ghetto. Oh, tucked in nicely. Let's go, baby. We're rolling with it, boys. We're rolling with it. Maybe boys and girls. I don't know if I got any girls in the chat watching. Welcome, welcome to the shenanigans. Hopefully you're having fun. All right, let's go. Back to Stanton. Let's see if the Rock DS has the same calibration issues as the regular Rock. I guess we'll also need to make sure the Rock is still broken because I haven't really seen anybody talk about that. This is so bad, dude. This is so fucking bad. What is this? Oh my god. It's still broken? Alright, Space Nectar, thank you. So we got confirmation that the regular rock is still mech'd up. Lua and Space Nectar in the chat letting us know. All right, we're going to kind of flip around here a little bit to see. Yeah, it's staying, dude. So we've got a rock DS. Let's go. Someone mentioned it today. Okay, cool. All right. We're going to set course for Stanton Gateway. We're rolling with it, guys. We're rolling with it. We're going to make this happen. Oh, this is so dumb. I love it. I love it so much. This is the kind of science that I enjoy. All right, Stanton Gateway. Oh, this is glorious. Yeah, something about laser misalignment. Yeah, the regular rock laser has been messed up pretty bad for a while. Really misaligned. Real big issue. We have our speed brake on, that's why. Okay. Going into quantum with our DS. Ooh, frames. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, it's starting to move a little bit. Oh, God. Is it going to end up getting kicked out? Yo, I feel like if we drop the bed, the rock disappears. Yeah, it's actually confirmed in the IC report, just not fixed yet. Okay. Oh, this is not good, guys. That rock is not happy. But, you know, it's like we're in our redneck fucking 1990s Ford F-150 on the fucking highway, not strapped in, and we're just gonna see if we make it to our destination right now. That's what we're doing. This is peak stupid, dude. We even left the hatch on the DS open. Yo, crying. It works, bro. Like, we're traveling with it. It fits. I think, damn it. How long do we have before we get there? We're almost to Stanton Gateway. Okay, once we get to Stanton side and we quantum to another body, I'll take a shot for this. Because if it fits, it fits. It can be done. It's ghetto as shit, but it can be done. This is hilarious. Oh, I guess I did sort of outfit the Nomad because it's got attritions on it, which is not the standard weapon complement for this ship. So I did something to it. Will it make it through the jump? Yeah, that's what we're here to find out. So dumb, dude. This is why I love you guys, man. I never would have thought to do this sort of test. This is such a random, organic fucking thing to try. Hold on. We got to find our gateway. There it is. Quantum calibration. I don't have a jump drive. All right. Well, hang on. We gotta pivot. We gotta get a jump drive real quick. It's about as ghetto as it gets, man. Another normal Deadwake stream, I see. What's up, Tanith? Yes. Yeah, this is pretty much peak random lab coat BS from me. Upgraded the QD and forgot to take off the JD. Yep. Yeah, probably the case. Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Like, that would mean if this thing has a Colossus on it, that would be the case. We're about to black out. Oh, that's bad. We're alive. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. So we'll get another case here of seeing if the ship survives being stored the way it is. That's something we haven't done. Store the ship with a Nomad off the back of it janky like this. Oh, this is hilarious. If the Nomad, or sorry, if the rock disappears, I can't keep the two ships, or the two vehicles separate. If the rock disappears, we'll just claim it and put it back on there. We'll make it happen. We'll figure it out. All right.
Landing complete.
Oh, that was a little rough.
Engine systems disabled.
I wouldn't try storing it. That will certainly not work. I don't know. I mean, we kind of have to because we got to put the jump drive on, so it's part of the lab coat test at this point. If the rock ends up getting despawned, we'll just claim it and put it back on the Nomad. No biggie, either way. If it stays in the boot, it will... I will take a fucking shot. Okay, yeah, I bet, bro. If it stays in the boot, you gotta take a shot. All right. It's still there, right? It's still there? Oh, that's just the turret. I was like, what the fuck happened to it? Okay, no, the turret just got weird. All right, we're good. So we're gonna store it, and I gotta go grab a jump drive for this thing. I feel stupid that I must have cannibalized its jump drive. That feels really dumb. This is part of the fun, though, man. This is part of the fun. We're gonna figure this out. I'm calling explosion when it goes bottom. Yeah, let's see. Let's find out. Oh, man. I'm gonna end up making like a highlights video of this stream, of this part with the Nomad Rock shenanigans. It's been a weird patch for me so far. Have you tried Hull Seeing yet? Yeah, actually the start of the stream was all about the Hull Sea. We figured out some stuff. Okay, so no boom yet. So we figured out that the Hull Sea is suffering in its autoload function from the same issue that the mining ships are suffering from, where they are colliding the boxes or putting the boxes on top of each other. So we had one spindle of like maybe 12 boxes, I think it was, that each of those boxes had 2 to 3 inside them. We actually managed to get a 100% turn in. That's the earlier part of the stream, again, that you'll be able to watch back if you want. So it is something you can work around. But it's really kind of dumb and frustrating, for sure. And we also did a trade run, which worked completely. We got the trade run done. We made almost $1 million between, or probably a little bit more than $1 million, if you also factor in everything that we bought, between the 2 missions we did and the trade run we did. So yeah. Yeah, I've had that happen in my Hermes delivering from a refinery. It was like Boxception, exactly. So that is why the Hull Sea is struggling. So it's not the Hull Sea that's broken, it's the box allocation stacking backend function that's broken, both for mining and hauling. So yeah, not good. And I'm spacing out right now. We gotta go to the Galleria because we gotta go to Platinum Bay to get a jump drive. That's what we're doing here. But it is, once you know that, something that you can work around manually. It's just kind of a pain in the ass, admittedly. So it depends on what you're okay with doing, because there's definitely a spectrum of folks that are willing to put up with it, that are not so much willing to put up with it. So doing it all manually is pretty much the only way to avoid that headache. All right, so we should just need the Excelsior drive. I'm going to buy a couple of these real quick. Just the 2. There we go. Jump drive, did you pull? I might have, man. What's up, kids? So I don't remember. When I start patches, I typically pull out certain ships that I want to either put a livery on or do some base modification on before I go to like a working system like Pyro or Stanton, because you guys know I like to work out of Crew L1 and Stanton, or I'll be in Pyro out of like Checkmate or Nyx Gateway. And so I like to try to do some modification to the ships that I predict that I'll be using that patch, which the Nomad's not one of them. So I don't really know why I did what I did with the Nomad, but I know I customized it because it has attritions on it. And yep, definitely has an empty jump drive. So we got, oh, we're full stealth build. Oh shit, we got a Zephyr drive, Delta Max, heat safe. My brain went somewhere with it. I just bought modules. Why? Am I crazy, guys? Like, I literally just bought... Were you thinking of trying DCs with it? Maybe, possibly. I don't really know. I'm not really sure. I thought the Excelsior was the size 1. Did I drop the ball there? Hang on. Propulsion. Why? Why would the top left one be the size 2? Motherfucker. Okay, so it's... Sorry, guys. It's the bottom one. It's the Explorer drive. God damn it. That's what happened. I bought the wrong one. It makes no logical sense. Why isn't the top left one the size 1? Alphabetical. Yeah, you're right. So I guess that's how my brain works. Okay. Well, let's put the Explorer drives on there. I hope that's at least entertaining for folks. There we go. Look at that, guys. We got 2 freaking jump drives available. All right, we're good. We're full stealth build, which is cool. Oh, wow. I even put Dominator missiles on this. Dude, I tricked out this fucking ship. I just didn't put... Man, honestly, this is where I should have put some NN cannons. Attritions are cool against PvE ships, like NPC ships. But honestly, NDBs and NNs would have been the way to go. Whatever. I'm not going to overthink that. Cool. We're good. We're good. Let's go grab the ship back up. See if the Rock DS and the 2 single SU boxes are on it. And continue our journeys here. Attritions are also useful against bigger ships. Yeah, totally. Pretty much anything heavy fighter and above, I think attritions are a really solid choice. Made also better by somebody who just has, you know, some experience dogfighting, because, you know, any pilot can make use of pretty much any weapon. I don't think folks should get too locked into the mindset that certain weapons are just like stuff you shouldn't touch and certain weapons you should. Because I think they all have their use cases. Let's hydrate a little bit. Okay, come on, there we go. Oh yeah, we lost our hand, so we gotta right-click carry, which seems to be a problem with this hotfix. Which also, there's a little bit of the infinite smoothie bug happening because I've drank from this same bottle over and over, and it keeps going back into my stack of 6. Let's see. Let's see if it separates this time because I said it. Nope, it's still in the stack of 6. So we're kind of getting infinite smoothie here, which is weird. I'll take it, though. It's not separating. I don't want to keep it separated. All right, let's grab this Nomad, see what happens here. Is it going to come up with a big explosion, or are we going to see the... What the hell did I just do? Nomad, there we go. That's all I've done it for a long time now. Yeah, so maybe it's a certain number. Like if you have like 6 in your storage. Yep, there it is. The Nomad is moving. Sorry. Why do I keep calling the DS the Nomad? Maybe that's what they should have done. We are still ghetto rigged out the ass right now with that DS on the back of that Nomad, and I am here for it, guys. Just because things might get crazy, we're going to go ahead and put our helmet on. If you haven't seen the way I look yet, I look kind of insane because this is what I've managed to loot out of Pyro. I'm in a very strict use what I loot / craft gameplay sort of mindset because of crafting. So that is our aesthetic. So I've got a bit of a mix. We got the Citadel arms, which are pretty normal. The core piece and leg piece are Inquisitor Rage. I'll show you guys. So yeah, we're rocking the regular Citadel arms from a heavy sight. Citadel arms dark red. The core and the leg should be Inquisitor Rage or Rager. That's why they have the lighting. But the helmet is actually the heavy ADP modified, but it matches the Rager like iridescent color scheme. It's a real hodgepodge of armor, for sure. That's what I've looted out of asteroid bases as I go for blueprints and crafting and stuff, because I'm basically going necromonger status from like the Chronicles of Riddick universe, where I keep what I kill or what I make. The what I make part is what I'm adding to that.
All systems operational.
Oh, we're at this gateway, so I gotta do it through the MFDs because the regular method is not working. So let's scroll over here. There we go. Perfect. Gear up. We're gonna go weapons off. Now that I recognize we're in a stealth build, I'm gonna treat it that way. So tractor beam down, 1 cooler, just radar, engines. There we go. So we are minimalized. We should have a sub 10K signature now. Running stealth, man, is awesome, dude. It's so good now with the cross-section changes as a way to mine and do what you want to do without the fear of being targeted by other players. If you guys can, running stealth is the way to go. So even in our quantum mode, because we're running the Zephyr quantum drive, our signature is only 10K. If we drop down to SEM, I can probably get this Nomad down to sub 2K easily without turning off my radar. Yo, what's up, Blue Soul? Alright, let me get caught up on chat here. I had pop-ups as needed from what I've seen, and I think it's probably intentional. Oh, I might have lost track of some of the chat here. Mick L5 by far the best refinery in all of Stanton. Yeah, Mick L5's got insane bonuses. Let me see. I've had infinite smoothie the whole patch. Got 3 bottles, 1 separated, the other 2 kept restacking. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I have not had infinite smoothie up until I had this like collection of 6 that keep stacking together after the hot patch or the hot fix went to the live build. Oh wow, we are going way too fast. Let's do some retro burn to slow down quickly. There we go. Use those big old engines. All right. Now let's get crossed over to Stanton. Hopefully in one go. That'd be nice. Making a good-looking armor set for multiple armored types and is an art form, right, Chained? Yeah, honestly, the biggest thing that stands out that kind of annoys me is the Citadel arms. I feel like they're a bit kind of crazy footballer looking. Not the worst look, but I would like to get something that looks a little bit better matching the core, head, and legs I've got. Riddick is awesome. Hell yeah, Lua. Yeah, I love it. That's what I thought about when the crafting came out. I was like, definitely... sort of necromonger mindset. Keep what you kill. So looting NPCs and whatever I can make from the blueprints I get from the missions I'm doing, that's how I'm rolling. Yeah, I run stealth on almost everything. Yeah, that's how I'm actually getting to now. I bought a bunch of stealth radars. I want to get my Hermes actually kitted out with full size 2 stealth components. The Mole and the Moth a little bit harder because you got a lot of size 3 components there. But all of my small ships, I basically run stealth. I don't really even care for military at this point. Like my 325 is a full stealth build. My Golem, my Nomad apparently is a pretty decent full stealth build. Even like my F8s and shit, I'm gonna make full stealth builds. Because there's just something about having that surprise on your enemy, being able to get in close and do massive damage before they can even react to you. So I've got stuff on my screen there. Don't have components to do stuff like that. Whoa, let me turn around a little bit. Jeez. Yeah, trying to do other things while flying through a wormhole is not easy. Do you have a Prowler utility? I don't actually. I like most ships, but I would have to say if I was to pick a ship that I really just don't vibe with, it'd be the Prowler. I'm not a huge fan of it. I know that probably a lot of you are, and I'm glad, but the weird sort of prawn-shaped lobster craft just doesn't do it for me personally. Yeah, we definitely did not get through there, so we're gonna try again. Let's see, turn around, People's Station. Oh, hello, Clipper. Jesus, I guess he got spat out too. Angie Space Shrimp, yeah. Yo, Sully, that P4 you gave me yesterday got eaten by the floor. Can you make another one when you're not busy? Oh, yeah, totally. I got plenty of resources to make you some more of those. I end up bringing all that back to Pyro. So, yeah, man. Next time we're on together, I will have one for you. No problem. So sad that it got eaten up by the station. Is that what you said? Or just by the floor in general? That sucks, man. All right, where is our gateway? There it is. Yeah, actually, I'm actually wearing one of those P4s on my back right now with a nice size 2 suppressor and a scorched sight that is okay. I'm not as big a fan of this sight. We got a little minute before we get over there. I'll show you guys which one I'm running. I think I want the Prowler utility to be my starter ship on 1.0. Oh, shit. So, yeah, this is the sight I have on my P4, and I don't know. It's okay, but I am not a big fan of how noisy it is. Like, all that blue kind of annoys me. It's actually mostly the actual reticle that I think is annoying. I like that it shows like range in your 0, but I don't know. It's the sort of pentagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a hexagonal sort of reticle is a bit noisy. I'm not a big fan with that. But all right, let's get back to the pilot seat since we're getting close. You can zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, you can toggle shift on that sight to zoom in and out, which is not too bad. Wow, we got really close really fast here. I think the wormhole just pushed us away, so that's gonna work in our favor a little bit. Holy shit, that like bumped us way below the runway. Let's get up here. Watched the original Stargate movie and realized the Stinger and Vendel spear weapons copied Stargate. Oh yeah? I wouldn't be surprised. You know, taking inspiration from other sci-fi is very common when it comes to emerging sci-fi, really. You see that with the Hermes. It's very Star Trek Voyager. I want an AR that has a single shot option. I haven't found one. Does anyone know of a single shot AR? So, if you want one that's by standard like that, the S71 by Gemini, my favorite. My second favorite is the P8AR by Bering. My third favorite is actually a sniper slash DMR semi-automatic, which is the A03 Sniper. As far as more rapid fire, and then after that, the P6 is like my overall favorite powerhouse rifle. Now, a lot of the guns, like the P4, they can switch to a semi-auto mode, but given their build, they're not as good as like a P8 or an S71 would be. I love the S71. It's one of my favorite guns in the game, hands down. My top 2 weapons in the game by far are the P6 and the S71. I use the P6 like a single shot DMR, even though it is a really powerful sniper. You just throw on a 3 to, or either a 3X like PT3 Hollow, or throw on the Thunderstrike landfall sight that has a 4x, 8x toggle, and the P6 is just busted as shit. It's so good. I've recently really enjoyed the Karna since it has a charged sort of single shot option that makes it into a sniper for the most part. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. P8s are not easy to get, that is true. At least until you find somebody who can craft them for you. Eventually I'll have my hands on the P8 blueprint, the P6 blueprint, and I'll be making, like, all of my weapons that I sell to other players or use myself are going to be a minimum of an average across the board of 700 quality. So you guys will be able to trust that. I actually sold a few to the OLISAR group over the weekend, which is a lot of fun. We were using the shit out of those P4s, S38s, and Kodas, even some boss Kodas that were all average over 700 of each category. And man, dude, they fire like butter, massive damage. They felt so good. It felt so good to use the guns I was making. All right, so we made it to Stanton. I'm going to head over to my side of town that I really like. We're going to head over to Daymar for these tests. We should be able to make it there. Actually, the very first asteroid I scanned when coming into 4.7 Live, not PTU, was 911 quality Cevrilium, right out of People's Service Station Lambda. But it was so tough that I couldn't even break it in my mole, not unless I had like a double or triple surge setup. I was bummed. It was like 28k mass. It was also a double Cevrilium rock, so the lower percentage, it was like 6% 911 Cevrilium, and then it was like 400 or 500 Cevrilium as the secondary. Yeah, sad face. Wow, I should have sold the location in global. Possibly, yeah, I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. I'm too greedy. I'm so sorry. I like the interrupt that happens when you hit with the Gallant. Yeah, I actually haven't used the Gallant much, or the Gallant, depending on how you say it. So the S71 is purchasable via pledge on the pledge store if you really want one. You can get the Ascension or the Bullseye. They're also dropped a lot by NPCs on Foxwell bounty missions in the Crusader system. I say that because that's where I've seen them. So anytime you're around NPCs, check what loot they have, because if they have S71 ammo, look around and they have an S71 rifle if you want to grab it and try it. So because I don't want to try to tell people to go pledge money, real money, to buy the guns. But yeah, you can pledge it if you want it quickly. I don't think you can pledge the P8 right now. You were able to at some point, like the best in show version of the P8. But the S71, you can get the Ascension and the Bullseye, I'm pretty sure. You can craft the S71 out too, right? Yeah, you just got to find the blueprint. I'm not sure where the recipe is. I don't really want to know from the chat, so I'll kind of ignore it if anybody kind of like, you know, says it in chat. I sort of found out where the P8's found, at least the quest chain, by accident, thanks to the streamer I rated out too. But it is what it is. All the stuff I can break is greater than 600 quality. What, really? I keep finding 100k mass stav with 80% resistance. Yeah, Sav rocks are insane. They're pretty tough. So the hardest thing I've been struggling with is getting good quality Hephaestonite. Everything else I can find 700 plus pretty easily. It doesn't take quite as long. It just takes a little bit of being picky, a little bit of diligence as you run around in the mole or whatever ship you're using. I use the mole just because I have so much capacity as well as the ability to carry the Geo, because like the Scalpel, the AdsCav, the P6, they all require like Dolomite or Hadanite in their build, so I like to have the ability to hit the ground minables as well. And then outside of that, just the versatility of the 3 mining heads in the mole. Since I run a Helix on the front, I run a Hofstad 2 on the port or starboard side, and then I run an Arbor on the port side. Because sometimes when you're dealing with Stellaron or Recite or even Hephaestonite, Azlerite, they can get so touchy that having multiple laser heads is a massive benefit to being able to work around those different scenarios. Big fan, man. The mole's been so good this patch. The Geo is a snug fit. I basically just tractor the Geo, and I don't really have any issues. I don't try to walk the Geo in or out. Yo, what's up, Kayatoshi? How you doing? S71 blueprint might not be obtainable right now. Oh, shit. Oh, that's kind of sad. I hope that changes soon. The mole can't solo break the big Sav rocks. A Helix with 3 surges isn't even close to enough power. So you can break up, depending on what rock you're looking at, if you're really good and like able to control the power output, you can triple surge and crack like 60k mass rocks out of the mole. I got a buddy of mine that does that. El Guapo does that. I can do it. Like I've got the skill to do it, but I prefer to run a more kind of sustainable long-term build, so that's why I'm running a couple of C3s and a Torrent 3 on my Helix. I main Torrent 3s pretty big time because they charge up rocks so fast when you get them in the green that it just speeds up the process, and I'd rather do that than look for that one crazy rock that I need surges for. Doesn't hurt to maybe carry some surges in a 2 SKU box in your mold to maybe swap out if you really want to, you know, throw that saber gadget on there, swap some surges out, and go crazy. See what you can do. Guapo's a special breed, though. He's a mining maniac. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've had those moments. I've done that, and it's a rush. It's fun, but it's, for me, not as simple or sustainable, because then I'm swapping out a lot of modules when I'd rather just kind of take the longer route, if that makes sense, because I don't mind being out a little longer and kind of surveying and cracking what I can and then heading back, unless it's something like truly gargantuan, like we got something that's incredible that you just don't want to pass up. Occasionally that'll happen, and that's where I'll want to have some options. I haven't really tried using it, but SCMD.net, among other stuff, has a mining solver that tells you what you need to break specific rock or specific setup. Yeah. Yeah, I encourage everybody to check out all those sites if they want a little bit of extra help there. Kind of like with the blueprint stuff, I like having or rather, like the lack of those helpers, because I kind of like to source and figure that stuff out, see what I can do, and figure out like a puzzle sort of strategy. I ran into 124k Savrock last night. Yeah, that's a double mole and prey kind of scenario. Holy shit, 124k. I have not seen a mass that big in a while. I think the biggest mass I've seen is like 138, 140-ish k at some point. We had 2 moles on it, and I think also a prospector and a golem. And when we broke it, all of our modules got destroyed. The 2 moles took like massive damage. The golem blew up. That guy died. Another guy died who was standing by a ship a kilometer away. It was insane, dude. It was like we set off a nuke. Totally crazy. All right. You know, this might go really poorly, so I think maybe setting up a spawn is probably smart before we go down and do stuff. Hang on. Let me just pop over to Seraphim real quick, since we're at Crusader. My ex-wife was 124k. God damn. Oh man, that's savage. Man, you're finding 100k mass rocks in the Nyx belts, so that's wild. I saw the 28k Savrock, and I thought that was crazy, because, like, out in Pyro and even in Stanton, like, I'm averaging maybe 6 to 10k mass. Nyx has some big ones. Fucking wow. Those are the masses that I expect to be planet side or moon side, you know, if you're on Hurston or Microtech or Uterp or Aberdeen or, I don't know, somewhere in Pyro. Pyro 4, Terminus, Bloom.
Quantum travel engaged.
Too many rocks I couldn't crack with a bespoke head, yeah. Yeah, having those rocks be that massive in space is kind of insane. I gotta say though, solo mole mining on Uterp was kind of hilarious with that wind. Yeah, I have always avoided the Microtech system with the mole. If you guys want some good mole mining moonside, Crusader's where it's at. Cell and Yella and Daymar are way more manageable. Plus you have the Air and Halo not too far away. It's a good time. I am not, there it is. Wow, that was a serious quantum delay. I've only mined on Aerial and 4.7, and the rocks were way more manageable than what I'm finding in Nyx. That's wild. Yeah, I have not done a whole lot of mining in Nyx. I did a little bit the morning that the game launched live, where I found that Savrock, and then I did some other mining, and then I quickly made my way to Pyro. Just because I knew that the quality and frequency is a little bit higher out there. Alright, let's see if we have any pad space open. See if there's any good etiquette over this way. Let me minimize this. I'm actually really surprised that so far we haven't had any... Okay. Stupid tab settings aren't working the way I want them to. Minimize that, and fan control is what I wanted. There we go. Alright, so we're still about 87, 88 Celsius, but hey, at least the computer's not restarting yet. I just said that though, so it probably will any second now. I didn't check to make sure we still had our rock. We do! It's more and more hanging out the back of our ship, but it's still there, guys. That is hilarious. Should not have taken that shot. Hiccups and burps. Fun times, right? Okay. Let's get stopped here. We're just going to refuel, repair. I'm going to run in, set my med spawn.
Landing complete.
Chin slapped again. Apparently we're carrying a little too much weight, because we came in pretty slow. Okay. Let me set our shields online here. Nope, that's not what I wanted.
Quantum fuel. Shields disabled. Shields enabled.
Stealth mode, but shields up. Love it. I've been trying to find 700 plus SAV for a few days with no luck. Once I get that, I'm heading into Pyro for Azlerite and then crafting the Mond armor. There you go. Yeah, and unfortunately, I guess you got to stick to Levski, or Nick, sorry, for that SAV, because that's the only place where it is. Close the rock hatch. I know, but also I kind of don't want to... I mean, if I can get close enough to it, let's see if I can do it from here. So I don't really want to fuck with it. I don't want to mess it up. Yeah, we're gonna leave it alone. Well, because we're about to pull it out to do some mining. Whoops. Down on Daymar anyway. So we'll deal with that once we get down there. I don't want to fix what isn't broken yet, if you know what I mean. Ain't nobody getting that. Yeah. Pirates fear the fully crewed reclaimer. Oh yeah, of course. The PDCs, all those turrets, man, that's a hell of a time. Love those screenshots where people have 32 SUs sticking out of the back of that thing. All of the Nomad. Yeah, it's like peak fucking redneck pickup truck status, and I love it, man. I'm here for it. It's so good. All right, let's find our medical. It should be down this way. I think it might be down the other way, actually. Yep, of course it is. Problem with Crusader is there are more Fortnite toddlers to ruin your day. Yeah, I haven't had any of those issues. Any of those Fortnite toddlers come across me, they're probably gonna die. I'm a pretty chill dude, but when I go into combat mode and see red, I turn into a bit of a monster. We had our first PvP encounter in Pyro the other day, and it did not go well for the other guys. Between the fully crewed Corsair and the L-22 Wolf that came in to try to help their friends, nobody survived from their side. We'll just leave it at that.
Attention.
It was basically 2v5. Me and Kuza. Our buddy Kai was there looting in the chaos, trusting Kuza and I to handle the baddies, and oh, that we did. That we did. When I try to fight back in PvP, I die. Yeah, we all start there. You know, you gotta pay your dues and die a lot before you start being the one that gets the kills, you know? Many hours spent in Arena Commander and just in general bounty hunting and, you know, fighting players, whether solo or as a group. I still get the adrenaline rush, you know? My heart speeds up, gets crazy. It's a whole lot different than fighting frickin' NPCs. Nope, not this one. I didn't pay attention to which spot I was at. Was it 4? Case in point, the Idris that blew up your mole. Haha, yeah. That's a good example of me seeing red and us chasing off a guy until he gave up. And then the other one was when I trapped the Idris with the Mantis until we got them taken out. That was a good time. Is this the one? Nope, still not the one. Jeez, man. Wait, hang on. Let me pop out here and check. Nope. Pad 1? Really? This is why you should always pay attention when you're stopping at the pads. Ah, holy shit. It was pad 1. That's hilarious. Alright. Let's get down and see if we can find some minables, yeah? Oh, yikes. That was kind of an amateur mistake. I left my damn ship open. I'm going to blame the tequila on that one. Yeah, it's true. It's definitely better. You're definitely not getting through airlocks and most doors with small arms fire anymore. It requires some really good, like, ship ballistics to get through. Or ship lasers.
Launch complete.
Okay.
Shields disabled.
Running dark. Oh, yeah, even with shields, we're at 3K signature. That's awesome. Without shields, we might actually drop sub 2K without even needing to take off our radar. So we are super stealthy. Yeah, that is badass. We probably have more signature coming from the rock than we do our own ship. If I drop the radar off, we'll probably drop all the way down to about 1 kilometer of EM detection. Okay. Daymar, here we come. Not sure someone could actually climb the ladder anyways. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I've never tried to, break into a Nomad, so I can't say, but I would hope not. Yeah, sub 10K detection in nav mode is awesome.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
And we're not even running a really good stealth radar. We saw the base. Tequila would not do that. Tequila is your friend. Love it. I do love me some tequila. Alright, so we're going to see if the Rock DS laser is calibrated properly and see what kind of goodies we can find. We're going to go day side, so I'll set point for Wolf Point Age Shelter, and then we're going to head away from it because we don't want to be near too many POIs for obvious reasons.
Quantum travel engaged.
And we can stay in nav speeds, which is great because of our stealth drive, keeping us below, 10 kilometer detection, rather than going into our SCM mode and flying a lot slower.
Quantum travel complete.
Alright, so we'll point this way real quick and we will just punch it. Still have our Nomad? We do. Our Nomad. God damn it. Our Rock. Why do I keep doing that? I'm mining a lot with the Rock DS in the last week. Works perfectly. Yo, that's awesome. Should not be hard to break into a Nomad with a DS in the back, right? Since 4.7 came out, I've been unable to climb into open doors on anything I didn't bring with me. Wow, really? Okay. Alright, how's our distance? When I go a lot farther than that. I'm thinking once we're at about 100 kilometers, we're well safe. Drastically reduce our possibility of getting caught or seen. 50 kilometers from that. It's another beautiful thing about decoupled flight. I can look at all this without worrying about really losing a whole lot of speed. Checking all of our surroundings. Oh wow, we're actually not too far from those PAF sites, only about 100 meters out. So I'm thinking actually changing direction. We're probably going to black out here as we shift course, but heading this way. Not even boosting. Oh, shit. Right in the edge. There we go. So this is part of, what I say often about not making yourself an easy target when it comes to playing this game. The more lazy you are, the easier it'll be for the players to find you. Takes a little bit of brain power, and before you know it, you are off-grid. Yeah, we're at a pretty good point. I'm pretty confident about where we're at now. Even if somebody was stream sniping, the level of accuracy they would need to find us at the speed we're moving between everything would be impressive. Yeah, Luke Goblin, exactly. That's why we shifted course. Oh, what did we just pass there? Quartz, hey, that's a Hephaestonite section. We don't have the ability to grab that anyway, so let's go ahead and head on down. Is that Is that Aphorite? Oh, it is. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Woo! I did it! Oh, riding the edge as we were coming right at the ground. We're good. We're good. We're alive, guys. All right.
Shields enabled. Shields disabled.
Damn. That was almost a real quick ending. Decoupled by DUI. Yep. Hey, decoupled is so instinctive for me. That wouldn't be what kills me. I'd be probably in more danger if I flew coupled, honestly. I'm so used to decoupled. There we go. We got some Aphorite. Let's see what we're looking at. Oh, this feels good. Okay.
Landing gear engaged.
All right, here we go.
Landing complete.
Chin slapped again. Man, the Gravlev tech on this thing is struggling today, guys. All right, let's drop the bed down. Oh, shit. What's happening? Oh, my God. Oh, we're not going to be leaving the DS in the bed. We're going to take it out. We're going to use it properly. You know, we're going to do all the things. Let's kill our engines. Let's hop out. All right. This just kind of shows the realism of what it's like to use a DS on a Nomad, just because it's hilarious. Okay, we're here. We had the option of using a tractor beam, but I'm going to see if I can drive it off. Let's go. Bad decisions are being made, and that's what we're here for.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Oh. All right, guys. We're fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, the Rock is a lot more drunk than I am. That's crazy. All right. Good position about here. We're going to hold. We've got to hop into the other seat now to use it. Oh, boy. Okay. I have never used the DS before, so I am kind of learning as I go here. 1000% they built the Scarab, right? Yep. I now feel like I need to induct you into the mistakes were made crew. Hell yeah. Sign me up, dude. I'm there. Oh, I got powered on, don't I? We're figuring this out, man. First time, baby. First time. Power on.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Oh, this is going to be way too strong with these. That's actually a good point. I just realized. I can't even scan them? Really? Hang on. Oh, that's kind of a pain. I don't have the ability to scan these because they're too small. This thing like has a built-in surge, dude. Or these just aren't scannable? Maybe they're bugged? Wait, those rocks are bugged. You should be able to scan. Okay, yeah, so I'm not crazy. They're not properly showing up. Yeah, they're not taking in their energy or anything, so okay. I guess we move on to the next one. They're there, but not there, exactly. This thing's already got wear and tear on the paint. You see that? It's awesome. Okay, well, I guess we maybe move on. Hold on, I got... Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, these are all... Well, alright. Come here. That's a cool sound. Get in there. Oh, I can't, guys. This is so ridiculous. Oh. It's not gonna end well. What does that sound new, or do I have some audio muted typically? Yeah, no, that's the first time I've heard it like that. That sounded pretty epic, right? I still kind of hear it a little bit. You gotta really be carefree to deal with this, because this bothers me on such a deep level, but I'm just kind of like, whatever, dude. I'm just gonna deal with it. As my mother said when I broke her souvenir bottle of whiskey shaped like Elvis Presley, this is why we can't have nice things. So good. Alright. It's still there. It gives me the same kind of anxiety when you're like driving on the highway with something that you're worried about blowing away, like a fucking mattress or something. This is that West Virginia enough for you. That's perfect. Alright, we got some Dullavine here. Let's see if this is a scannable spot. We're getting sparks and problems here. It's kind of perfect. Okay. Alright. Is any of this scannable? My scanner's not working like you would expect, but... Oh, there it goes. Alright, how about I hop out and try my hand mineable first? That might be a pretty good indicator.
Landing complete. Engine systems disabled.
Need to narrow to properly scan that. That makes sense. So I guess to make sure that they're functioning properly, we'll actually just run out and use our hand mineable. And if it does, we can pull out the DS. Wait, where are they? How far away did I land from them? Whoa, hold on. Hey, calm down there, bud. Oh, there they are. Okay. Alright, these ones work. Okay, cool. Hey. You. Get out of here. That should be good. Nomad doesn't have a mining mode. Yep, I'm gonna stuff grazers and copions into my crafting machine and make some whammers. Let's go. Wham burgers, man. Let's get it.
Mining mode off.
Here, let's run on this side.
Mining mode on.
There we go. That's a good position. Can pretty much see everything from here. Normal ships have a mining mode. So just the mining ships, of course, will have their mining mode. I don't know if they're maybe tied to the radar being industrial or not. I don't think so. I think it's just going to be your mining ships. Your mole, your prospector, your golem. Okay. Let's see. Well, and also I guess your geo and rocks and stuff too. There we go. Now we're seeing info. So let's get our scans running, see if we have anything of decent quality to take with us. 571. Let's start over here. I don't think we can Alt-4 to lower our mode. Nope, so not like the Geo. I kind of wish they had a low power mode. 239, definitely don't want that. That's a major waste of our time. What is that, 626? 620, okay, nope. I'm 700 plus, that's my threshold for my crafting. $300. So if you're wondering, this is my strategy for this stuff too. I just scan them and I try not to waste time on the stuff that's subpar. But granted, I'm using like the Geo, which is a lot more sustainable and less crazy, because we're probably not going to get these with the rock. We're probably going to have to use our hand mineable to break these properly. But what's cool is we can run through and break them all by hand and then just scoop them up with the rock as our collection device. And then we can transfer stuff into the 1SCU crates that are on board the ship. I can't believe this has actually been like a functional thing though. Yeah, I think they're going to blow up as well. I don't think there's going to be a way to mine these properly, but I'm curious to find out. Even if we don't have one of decent quality, we'll try it just to see what happens. You can break them with a rock, no problem. Just have to flip laser on and off. Yeah, so a lot of throttling. Which anybody who's done a lot of mining should be no stranger to. You can also back up to your max distance away, which reduces your laser power, which takes away some of the volatility. Because we are actually closer than the optimal range, which means we're going to be injecting a lot of force into whichever one of these we start to crack. So far, nothing has been over 600. We got 620 as the highest. 525. You can break them with the rock. Oh, yeah, I just saw that. Yo, what's up, Failproof? How you doing? And yeah, I've got my hand mining laser. If we have a really high quality rock that we want to break and we don't want to risk losing the goodies, I've got my hand mineable on me. My multi-tool. So 293 so far, nothing. Wow, we're too close to that one to scan it. Okay, I've never used the DS, so I didn't know it had like a minimal angle there. What is that, 661? Close, but no cigar. We'll probably pop out and use our hand mineable to figure out what that one right in front of our laser is. 544. 228. Yeah, this is a really shitty cluster. Looks like my contracts are back to normal, so I guess it was going crazy getting creds again. Well, we also had the update today from the hotfix, so maybe that was something that was actually rolled over in the hotfix. Okay, so none of these are working properly, so I'm just going to go ahead and pump and dump. Oh, that's so easy, guys.
Warning. Power critical.
Did you just see how fast we charged that? That wasn't hard at all. It cracks the rock before you can overcharge it. Hold up. New hack unlocked. Okay, we overcharged that one a little bit, but that was intentional. Oh my god. Yo, that's insane. Alright, dude. Alright. Oh, the DS is kind of incredible. Holy shit. Yeah, the hotfix is now live. Okay. So, now, the Geo is awesome, but it doesn't crack it that fast. Well, actually, the Geo has the high-powered mode, so maybe it does. But what the Rock does that I noticed the Geo doesn't is the charge rate. Like how fast the green fills up. It's almost like it has a torrent module on it. That was fucking nuts, man. Alright, so I don't care to take any of that. That's all low quality. I wanted to see what this one was. Oh, actually, I can't because I can't scan with my hand mineable tools. So let's drive back a little bit. So I've got my multi-tool with the orbit mining attachment. I found a bloodline multi-tool, so it's red, which is really cool. Bloodline, not brimstone. I think it's bloodline. So it looks really cool. But the mining head, this is the stock mining head on the Rock DS. Which, I don't know, anybody who doesn't think the Rock DS is good might need to reconsider based on how easy that fracture was. Because even if you have to get out and swap over to your laser head, kind of like using the mole, with the amount of time you're going to save cracking these rocks, and then the space you have on the DS to store the minables, I don't know, man. That's kind of OP, bro. That's insane. Bloodline and Harvester are red. Yeah, it's the Bloodline. A lot of people think the rocks are bad. Yeah. I mean, again, look at this. Just standard. Look how fast the green charges up. Too fast. The game can't even keep up. It's still trying to fracture. That's nuts. Like, you would run through this so quick. Oh, does the Rock DS take modules? I've never used anything outside of Golem. So I don't actually know. This is my first time using the DS. I've used the standard Rock, which has the misalignment, which we can confirm the DS is not misaligned. So you also have that. The laser points where you need it to. It also looks way fucking cooler because, I mean, come on. Look at these fat-ass 6 series tires here. Like, this thing is just sick. It's bigger, though, so it's clunky. As we've seen, though, we can throw it in the back of the Nomad. It may be a little ghetto, but it works. I can't believe how easily it breaks through these rocks. Without worry. Like, it would take you intentionally fucking up to overcharge these because of how much space you have in that green window. It is not hard to mitigate, even with these hand minables. Alright. And I do think it's probably easier to throw it in the back of the Nomad with the tractor beam. Actually, it looks like it should have 2 module slots, according to Urkel. Does it fit in Asgard? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This will easily fit in an Asgard. That's probably the perfect ship to run this with. And also, I am so sorry, Chained. We didn't get to try the Cuddy. So, we'll do that. We'll definitely do that before the stream's out. We'll actually probably... since we know this works, let's run back to Cruel 1 and grab the Cuddy and see how they fit. Let's mess with some more testing. Because, yeah, honestly, this is a pretty dumb but functional combo. A couple of SEU boxes with a Nomad. Well, okay, you want to be a little bit more careful how you place this in here, but I'm also kind of intentionally being stupid with it. Uh-oh. Alright, let's try something. Let's be a little bit smarter. Let's throw this back here. And then maybe throw this one on top. And then let's see if we can rotate. It's really slow to rotate. It's really, really slow. Nomad, yeah. You gotta be a little ginger with it, I guess. You don't want to just, like, slam it into the ship. It's kind of acting a little weird now. Hold up. Oh my god, what did we just do? Oh, fuck. Alright. Asgard at home, Cuddy Black. I love it. Yeah, this'll fit in the Asgard with bukus of room to spare. You could probably throw a Rock DS, an Atlas Geo, a bunch of SCU boxes back there, and a bunch of other shit you could think of for fun. The DS is doing the same thing I've seen with the Geo when it handheld tractor beam, it loses collision, yeah. And now it's like on top of the Nomad, or, yes, the Rock is on top of the Nomad. I keep, uh-oh. Did my Nomad break? Okay. I think we're having input delays. I think this shard might be suffering a bit. Okay, we're back. Guys. Alright. Uh-oh. Oh, rip. Okay. Meet the Nomad DS. Yeah, basically. I keep confusing these things. Alright, I'm going to try to maybe back it in. We definitely have some weirdness happening now. No! Hey, don't you dare run away from me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh no. Oh no. No, you stop it. Stop it. Oh my god, this is some witchcraft. Not on my watch. Come on, big girl. Flip over, please. Whoa. It listened. Okay. We're good. Where's our ship? There it is. Okay. Oh, I think we, so maybe using the tractor beam's not a good idea. Holy shit! Oh, I think it might be broken. Oh, well, okay. We got this, guys. I think we might have just about pushed the Nomad to its limit here. Hang on, let me get these off of here. Because I think Nomad upright, then rock on, and then, hey, you stay on the ground, you bastard. That's right. Okay. Alright, hang on. Hold up. We got this. Watch. We're gonna do some weird physics shit here, because Star Citizen. We're gonna do some weird physics shit here, because Star Citizen. Excuse me. Never mind. The Nomad's just like, fuck you, dude. Alright, hold up, hold up. Ah, never mind. We're just gonna fast travel to Krill 1. Holy shit, bro. Oh, man. I think I'm just gonna leave the hat off, because I am, it is hot in this studio, and I'm sweating, dude. Holy cow. Or Seraphim, I guess. That's fine. So we'll grab the Rock DS and the Cuddy and have some fun with that. See how that fits. That was good. Physics, what's that? Yeah, I was expecting it to like grab us and like flip us over and put us inside the ship, but it just kept closing the door. So I think the Nomad was tired of our bullshit, frankly. Yeah, my hat disappeared like everything else. It just went poof, gone. No, I took it off because it's I'm like sweating and yeah, I was like, I'm gonna let my hair breathe a little bit. All right. And we should be able to just deliver the Cuddy, which is nice. The Rock will come fast because of its quick claim time, which, you know, phrasing, giggity. And I don't think I have an Asgard anymore because I melted it for my Hermes. Unfortunately, man, that is kind of it's like the one thing that I will wish we had a slightly bigger door for is if I could fit the Rock DS inside of the Hermes. Because it's a little too big. It's just a little too big with those fat tires. The regular Rock fits, but the DS is just a little too big. But I don't think, we'll see what we have to work with here. Of course, there's the C2 and shit, if you want to go, like, really crazy big. Alright. It's too tall to fit in the mole, right? Like, I feel like that just shouldn't be a thing. I'm going to go ahead and claim the Nomad, because that's not what I clicked on. Nomad, yes, claim, yes, click, thank you. I've got an in-game bot Asgard. Might want to shard hop before anything breaks. Yeah, who knows? Like, I wonder how this shard's doing. This shard is actually performing really well compared to the others. Oh my god, nope. We are down to 8 FPS. This shard has fallen by the wayside. Alright, I'll get the ships claimed at least first. So, SRV, Buccaneer, Cuddy Red. Oh no, I don't have a Cuddy Black. That was in the PTU. I have a Cuddy Red, and I don't think it'll fit in the Cuddy Red. Shit. Damn, guys, I'm sorry about that. I thought I did. I got confused between the patches that I had. It definitely fit in a Starfarer. Fit on an 890, of course. Probably not the 400. Maybe the 400. I don't know. Definitely would fit in a Connie. That's an easy day. Doesn't fit in the Hermes. And I don't have a C1, no. Let me shard hop real fast. Let's back out real quick. Red is medical. Yeah, server error at her L3. Damn. Yo, what's up, Rage Gaming? You want my Cuddy Black cap? No, I'm pretty confident it would fit there. I've got a Cuddy Black, but not a DS. If Geo doesn't do what DS did, though, it might get one. Yeah. I think maybe the trick is to not interact with the rock using a tractor beam. That might be the problem with the collision issues that it was having. Yeah, door is too small. The regular rock fits comfortably in a Hermes. The Hermes does not fit the rock DS. Those tires are too fat. You know what we could check? We could actually use the Cuddy Red because it has the same door opening. It's just deeper. So if it fits into the door of the Cuddy Red, it should fit on the Cuddy Black just fine. I don't know what the internals of the Cuddy Blue are. Is it open like the Cuddy Black, or does it have like drop seats or anything inside? Because the Cuddy Black just has like that open space like a shiv. But like the red and the steel, they have different internals that block what would fit vehicles. Like the steel has a bunch of drop seats, drop seats. Prisoner pods in the back. Yeah, that makes sense. Whereas the Cuddy Red has the med tables. But they have the same door opening with... I bet it would... You know, with that logic, it should fit in a shiv as well. If anybody's got a shiv and wants to try that out, let me know what they think. Rock DS is pretty inexpensive too, if anybody wants to grab lots of fire extinguishers. I think it's only like 100K or so. It's not too bad. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if the mouth of the hanger of the Cuddy is too small. The Hawk, oh, definitely won't fit in a Hawk. The Hawk doesn't have a hanger or anything. Cuddy Blue has a human pods in it, so it won't fit. It's like a prisoner transport vehicle. Oh, you're saying the Hawk has the prisoner transport. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, no hanger. Let's try again. Well, the Rock DS min larger stuff like iron and aluminum, no. It is basically just going to be vehicle and hand minables. So you're looking at Aphorite, Delavine, Haydenite, as well as Baradom, Glacisite, that sort of stuff. But for ship minables, it can't do those. I'm going to go retrieve this. Maybe I'll try to stuff it in the mole. What do you guys think? Yo, if it fits in the mole, game over. We'll try the Cuddy Red, and then let me claim the mole. Let me get the mole claimed. Which means I might have to claim my Geo and stuff, and I'm going to lose my 2 SU boxes. But I don't give a shit. It's for science, baby. Let's go. Hadanite doesn't exist. It's a myth. I've actually found quite a bit of Hadanite on the moons around Crusader, like Daymar and Selen, as well as Monox and Pyro. It's been pretty common. Oh, there's the black bar glitch. There it is. All right. You can borrow both my Cuddy Black and Shiv if you like. I'm on your shard. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Why don't I shoot you a party invite? And you can, if you want to come by Seraphim, if you're not too far off. For science, man. I appreciate it. If you've got both, that makes a lot of sense. You might need to send me a friend request, or if you have a different in-game name, rage it. I have so many people that I probably forgot. Social activities overhaul when CIG. Yeah, that'll be helpful as hell. You guys getting those audio cuts? Is that Star Citizen side? I'm really glad at least my PC hasn't restarted. We're still chilling at like 87C right now. Oh, I gotta get the rock. So my hailing doesn't work. I don't know if that was a misclick. Spent 2 hours yesterday and the same on Saturday running all over Magdad Cell and looking for Hadanite, Cave, Surface, you name it. Never saw a gram of it. Yeah, I found it surface side on, I think, Daymar and Monox pretty well. Not too bad. Rock DS. There we go. Let's clean that. Cool. Minute and a half. No problem. Wait, am I out of money to... Whoever's hailing me, I'm going to politely ask you not to because it's not... Oh, did I just decline a friend request? My bad. I thought that was a hail. I'm sorry. Can you resend that? My brain went right to the hailing function. I just noticed that there was actually like words on that wasn't just incoming call. All right. Let me send this Cuddy back down. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I'll be ready for that friend request if you resend it. Social strike team now, apparently. That's interesting. I haven't heard that. Let me get that geo claimed. Can also show everybody what it's like to fit the geo on the mole if they want to see that. It doesn't... Sometimes you can walk onto it. There we go. I got you. But most of the time, you have to tractor the geo into the mole, and it'll sometimes like glitch halfway through the base of the geo or of the mole cargo bay, but it functions fine. Their strike team they formed the freight elevators. They made one for social stuff. Well, good. Hopefully that means that they're taking that seriously. It'll be cool to see some implemented changes for social. I would love, in the least, to have the ability to turn down money requests. That'd be nice. Alright, Rage, I can see you about 1.9 gigs away. I thought I was at Krill 1. I'm actually at Seraphim. That's where I set my med spawn for the stream. New chat app definitely needed. Agreed. 100% agreed. I should be able to park this in the little garage there. Yeah, sounds good, man. I'm going to mess with what I can throw this ship in, or this vehicle in. Oh, interesting. Even freshly claiming it, it has like wear and tear on it. So I think that's just cosmetically part of the ship. It's not, or part of the vehicle. Like these scrapes on the paint. That's kind of a letdown. I was hoping that'd be like actual wear and tear from driving around and using it, having it sticking out of the back of a ship. While you're there, getting a DS, getting RSI Lynx as well. Very nice. I have actually got a Lynx. I've never used it. Isn't that an air-to-air, or sorry, a ground-to-air sort of defense vehicle? Or no. It's like the fancy rover, isn't it? Yeah, I've checked out the, I think I checked out the Lynx. It's kind of a bougie luxury rover. Yeah, luxury, Lynx is a luxury rover. Awesome, cool. Okay, yeah. It did look pretty cool. A little bit fancy for my blood, honestly, but still pretty cool. Yeah, if I scroll down, it should be like toward the bottom of the list. RSI Lynx. Yeah, there it is. Luxury touring, it says it right there. RSI Mantis, Meteor, Salvation, Scorpius. I got the Tumbril Storm, Tumbril Nova, Tumbril Storm AA. Pretty much all the land vehicles. So if you have a search function, yeah, you're right, you're right. I should probably use that. That would make sense. That would make sense. Alright. I doubt this is going to end well, but we'll see. We got so addicted to it, the only in this hangar button. Yeah, that thing is pretty awesome. I can't wait till we get our stack all function back. I know I've said it a few times, but man, stack all is so pivotal. I really don't think this is going to work, but I also said that about the Nomad, so I use those a lot, but not always. Sometimes I click the scroll bar to jump down to. Yeah, fair point. I use the search bar quite often. I'll at least type in like the first 2 or 3 letters to sort of narrow down what I'm looking for, and speeds up the process quite a bit, which is nice. All right. I love the sound engineering to the rovers. They are really cool, man. Wow, that's actually kind of a tight fit. Plus, the door is sitting up above the deck. Oh, yeah, man. All right. Well, I don't think it's going to fit in the red, but I think the Cuddy Black probably fits it. I don't know. It might be kind of tight. Gotta sort of rock it in, maybe? I don't know. We'll see once Rage gets here. We'll try it out. Oh, no. Did we get stuck? There we go. All right. Okay, I really want to see if I can fit this in the mole. I'm super skeptical that it will, but... The ramp's collision extends beyond the physical or visible ramp. Yeah, all right. So maybe not in the Cuddy. We'll find out, though. Okay. That part of the ship may be the same size as the Cuddy Black. I would expect so. They also need to let us call up vehicles in the vehicle hangars. I agree. That'll be super useful. All right. Mole instant. Awesome. Let's go. Why did I just visualize an infant trying to shove too much food in its mouth? Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement. That was planned, but some sort of issue prevented it from doing it for now. Okay. Yeah, I know that everybody's looking forward to having those vehicle elevator systems actually work so you can more properly prepare your stuff and set things up. I think this means, guys, that I might just carry a Rock DS in my Ironclad as part of my complement of things that I have in my Ironclad. Viable hangar upgrades are also something they want to do. That'll be sweet. I'm going to make my hangar like so base functional that you wouldn't believe, man. It's going to be basically just ship hangar, vehicle hangar, repair. I probably would get rid of the medical module, because why? We have a medical spot on station. Alright, yeah, now I'm seriously doubting that this will fit. But I don't know. I also kind of really hope it does, man. Didn't think you were going to bring the Ironclad planet side. That's not usually the plan, yeah. I don't really want to. I plan to keep it out to sea, so to speak. But if it makes sense to carry the Rock DS with me as well, I don't know. Especially if it's like my crafting base. The occasional touchdown, like the rare sight of my Ironclad moon side on like Daymar or something. Okay. Dude, if oh my gosh, if I don't think so. Oh, it's so close, guys. Let's see if I can do it with the tractor beam. Never had a reason to use it, but I heard it works. Also heard it doesn't work. Medical spot in the hangar is meant for dropping off in-cap players rather than trying to carry them through the station. Okay. Alright, hang on. Let me close this. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, I think that's a no-go. Hang on. Let me try. Because it's also fighting me because of the default distance it wants to keep away from my tractor beam. So let me spin this around. Nope, that's not what I want you to do, stupid. Stop doing that, stupid. Stop trying to fucking spin, you idiot. Calm down. There we go. Alright. Now the really long process of rotating. Yeah, I'd guess it's probably too wide. This makes me think that maybe the regular rock would fit, though. I'm gonna need to try that. Because if I can fit a rock on here instead of an ATLS, I might need to do that. I don't know. I mean, the ATLS is real easy to fit. Okay. Ah, stupid. Ah, this thing just moving on its own when you have it tethered on your tractor beam is really frustrating. Yeah, I think that's a firm no can do, my good friends. Alright, get out of here. Go over here somewhere. Pain in my ass. Alright, close this up. Or, I'll show the, you can fit the ATLS Geo into the clipper. Really? Regular rock fits in the Vulture trunk with door open. Nice. So let me do this real quick. I'll show you guys the Geo in here. Because it fits easily. Super clean fit. Granted, you can't usually walk in with the Geo. You got to tractor it in, but still. Wow, you want to mess up today instead of just going in like you normally do? There we go. So this is pretty normal for how it'll sit in your mole. And it'll often have its little jets going off on you. But, well, it's never usually that low. Is it going to rebound? This is worse than normal. There we go. That's a little bit more as you would expect. Also, careful not to grab the backpack like this, because if you pull this off, I haven't been able to get it back on again. Yo, thank you, Captain Walder and Guts1911 for the follow. Well, there that goes. Yeah, don't do that. Because it just, yeah, now it's broken. That's the dumbest shit ever. Alright, Rage, good to hear you on pad 3. I'll meet you out there. I'm going to store the mole and deal with the problem of my Geo later. Wait, is that where the bag went? There we go. Okay. So, yeah, let me see. Yeah, it doesn't give you a position to put it back on. Let me try. I'll show you guys what I mean. Put this outside of the... Oh my gosh, did it just... Okay, no. I thought I just went through the floor. Alright. So once this is out, it doesn't want to acknowledge the Geo. If any of you guys have figured out a way to put this back on, I am all ears. But yeah, it doesn't like to cooperate. Jesus. Well, oh, there it goes. I think we're done with that for now. Just gonna put this away and go grab the cutty. Once here, I'll go get the shiv. Awesome, thanks, man. All right, I'm gonna drop the mold down and head to the pad. What a nightmare. That's like pushing magnets together, right? Twisted, yeah. That's how it feels, man. I found that out by accident while I was out mining, and it broke off, and I was like, damn it, dude. Fortunately, I had my mining multi-tool, which is why I'm always going to keep a damn orbit mining attachment on me if my Geo breaks. It's so annoying. Which is also why I was curious about maybe carrying a rock with me, because I haven't seen that problem. I would deal with the weird calibration problems of the regular rock if it fits, so I need to do some science on that, because watching the Rock DS break those minables was incredibly satisfying. Look at this beat up Zeus, man. That thing has seen better days. Awesome. There's Ragetti with the ship. Let's go Regolith Gaming makes a lot more sense. Sorry, I called you Rage It. My brain was doing some funny things with your name. Alright. Thank you for lending the Cuddy Black for our science. I'll be really curious to see if this actually allows the rock into the back of it. The DS, I should say. The regular rock definitely fits really well. Alright, we'll take good care of this Cuddy. Drop that. Go. Alright, call our hangar.
Landing gear up.
Always feels nostalgic to be flying a Cuddy around. Also around Seraphim, I try to avoid going around like in between these rings because they tend to have a hard physical barrier and end up killing you, which isn't fun. All right, gear down.
Landing gear down.
Geo on looks like it might be the reason. So yeah, there isn't, like Edric said, there's not really a way to traditionally power the Geo on or off. The thrusters just act up like that when it has like a strange detection that is not properly grounded, which I think a lot of people experience in their ships especially. It's frustrating. Okay, let's do this. Let's see if we can get the DS in here. I'm doubtful after the little bit of trial and error we had on the regular Cuddy. Or sorry, the Cuddy Red, not the regular. This is the regular Cuddy. Oh, you mean the little station turrets that are around? Does the Geo let you unlock ports? Maybe that could work. I know I kind of thought about that when we were messing around with it. I've never tried to do the right alt K unlock ports option on it. So maybe? Maybe not? Oh, I thought we were getting in. Oh, this is kind of like the Hermes. Oh, it feels like we're so close to getting in there. Hang on. Hull C is not really amazing in 4.7, mostly because of back-end box stacking problems. However, we were able to make the missions work today and trading. It's just a lot more manual labor right now because of the state of stacking. Kind of like in mining, how your boxes will collide onto each other. Yeah, this isn't looking so good. Alright, I'll try tractoring it, see if we can get around some of these weird collision effects, but I think that's a no-go actually on the Rock DS with the Cuddy. Asgard, again, is going to be swimming in space. I think the Cuddy might be just a little too small. Again, the regular Rock and the Cuddy are a classic combo. The DS, though, the DS is a wee bit beefier. Yeah, it looks like it gets stuck on some physicality in here and doesn't quite get in. Will it stay like that as you fly though? Like in the Nomad? Possibly. Could you ghetto it? There's a chance. In fact, I can try to meet Regolith out there on the pad. Like this. If I can get around it. Oh, we can maybe try, we can do a little final test with the Asgard just to show people how it fits after we get, can I get through this? I feel like I could, hang on. Hang on. Ah, let's go. Yeah, buddy! Oh, shit, alright. I'm gonna meet you on the pad with this ridiculous combo. Could you shove it in the side door? Oh, actually... We'll try it on the pad, because I want to see if it'll fly like stuck on the ramp like it is. But possibly, actually, we'll try that. Feel free to destroy it. Yeah, the Cuddy should survive. My Rock, I don't know. That's at least it's got a quick claim time. All right. Hangar queue. Ah, see, this is why I should have just went back to Crew L1. Crew L1 like rarely ever has a hangar queue. Funny enough, though, it looks like you could probably get away with this. How many of you guys feel that intrusive thought to close the ramp and see what happens? I know I do. We might do that when we get to the pad. Yup. Do it. I'll do it once we get out of here. Get over to the other ship. Oh, it's gonna be fucking great. Hopefully it doesn't like end up shooting off into space on the pad. I'm hoping it kind of lands on the pad if it jumps out. We'll definitely do it though. I gotta see what happens. What bothers me is not using VTOL. Fair point. Since we're hovering here. This is funny though. Open faster. Thank you. Okay, well, I do think we have Ghetto Nomad status. Or pickup truck status. So, yeah, it's not getting thrown out as we zip around with it on our ramp. So, there's that, guys. There are ways to make it work. Still amazing to me that a Cuddy Black can fly with those two big engines, though. Yeah, it's fair. It's not necessarily fun to fly without these main engines, but it can. Alright. Heading down to the pad. Going VTOL right over this big pad that's nice and open. This is where we will clamp the door shut. There we go. It's bad. I almost came down way too fast. Okay, hang on. Let's go gear out. Got some other ships with us here. Whoop. Da-da-da. All right, here we go. Closing the door. Oh, no. Oh, it pooped it out. And it spit the shit up. That's funny. Okay. Are we about to see pretty colors when it goes boom? There's always a chance for that. All right, so it just kind of pooped it out through the door. Some door physics. All right, let's see if we can shove it through the open side doors now. That's a solid question. Let's find out what happens. Okay, at least I can use my tractor beam on the pad still. I was worried that I'd be in like an armistice lockout. Okay, the sound of tractoring this thing is really cool. Okay, well, it's spinning like this isn't going to be very helpful. You know, we might actually have something here. Hang on. Well, not like that. Here, why don't you... Oh my gosh. What a pain. Didn't know you could use a handheld tractor beam on the pads. I didn't either, actually. Just learned something new today. Because usually I think we're in hard armistice. You stupid fucking thing, man. Stop spinning like that. Just chill. Chill, bro. Chill, chill. Just chill. Like that. Just chill. Okay. Ah, too wide. Yeah. You see how fat those tires are? It's not getting in there. It does not fit, it sits. Shiv inbound. Awesome. Hell yeah. That guy's seen better days. My goodness. Oh, that's blown apart. Makes more sense. Alright. Well, now we know. Too bad you can't swap out tires. Yeah. Although I do really like these tires. I think that's a really big part of the cool factor. Again, the Cuddy might be a little too small for it, but I bet the Asgard will fit it like a champ. I think it's one of the coolest designed rovers in the game, though, as far as the aesthetic. They did a good job with it. I believe we have a Shiv on the way, which should have a pretty similar ramp footprint. So I don't expect it to be too much different, but We shall see. Then I hit close. There we go. Elevator issues, waiting for it to come up. No problem. Shards might be struggling a little bit here. All right. Let's have some fun driving around the pad. Whoop! Okay, I hit something. Just bullying other things on the pad. Okay, so once it goes sideways, it likes to keep floating. Oh, uh-oh. Oh god. Uh-oh. Oh no. Mistakes have been made. Wait a minute. Okay, we're good. We're good. I almost wonder if I can push this thing off of the pad. Pad clearing, guys. I got the horsepower, bro. Let's go. Get off the pad. I've got it, like, lifted right now. Oh, shit. Ow. No crime stat. Is it off the pad? Did I do it? Kinda. Get out of here.
Target friendly.
Woo! Shit. Come on. Need you to get on your wheels. Come on. Oh, I almost had it. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. There it is. All right. Woo! Got it. No, I don't have a CS. These are probably game rule ships, so you don't get a CS with game rules. Given the server pop and how long these have probably been on the pad. Here, let me do this. Oh, I'm not moving that one. I think the Hornet's a bit heavier. Yeah, Hornet's too fat. I can't move it. Shiv got eaten bringing Asgard. Yeah, no worries. I imagine with the Shiv being the same size as the Cuddy in that regard, it probably wouldn't fit in the Shiv either. But we can show it off in the Asgard before I head out for the day. There we go. Well, we're doing something here. That's, yep, well. Nope, doesn't work. Get it good at recovering the DS when it's on its ass, that's for sure. Oh, hold on. Okay, more intrusive thoughts, guys. Let's see what happens. You know where I'm going with this? If I didn't have a crime stat before, I might now. Tractor beam worked, which is why I'm thinking maybe this will.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Well, that's not doing anything.
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode.
You notice it's not doing like the surge effects that it was doing before? Now it's just like a solid beam. Oh! Does it have a built-in module? Because I just hit Alt-4 and it did that. Huh. They should make a rock with a salvage scraper on it. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. Alright, well, it doesn't look like the laser's going to do anything to the Hornet, so there goes my, my intrusive thoughts. When trying to track your beam a game rules ship in a hard armistice and outpost, I've gotten a illegal tow warning. Really? Yeah, for game rules, I haven't. I've pulled ships right off the pad here at Seraphim, but if it's just unknown, I've definitely gotten a crime stat for illegal tow. I guess I don't know how consistent that is, because maybe sometimes it acts up. Yeah, it out-physics me. I can move it a little bit, but... Whoa! You're not gonna impound me. Get out of here. What did I just hit? That was gonna look really cool. This thing is fun to drive. It'd be kind of fun to set up like an obstacle course to fly around in this little thing. Too fun. We're just waiting for the Asgard to show how comfortably this thing fits in there. And then that'll be it for the day. This thing has a really great turning radius, man. That's just with the front tires turning, too. Pretty sure you can fit 4 to 5 of them in the Asgard. Yeah, that's nuts. Also makes sense, given just how massive the Asgard Bay is. I just hear it saying, target friendly. Asgard inbound. All right. This should be an easy fit. Might need to pull forward a bit more for the ramp to access. Should have plenty of space ahead of you. But either way, I can move it too. No worries. Kind of a good look, the two ships. The ship and the rover together. There we go. That is more than enough. Heck yeah. All right, let's see what we got. Rolling out the red carpet, man. This is a match made in heaven right here. Look at that. little bouncy, little funky. But yeah. Tons of space. Yeah, that is glorious, man. Gotta get one in game now, Deadwake. Yeah. Yeah, you could probably park 2 or 3 of these in here, depending on how you set them up. It is wild how much more space is in the Asgard versus the Cuddies. Like, that's a no-brainer. That's the door the Herm should have had. Well, then it would just be an Asgard, right? If the Hermes had this, then the Asgard would be less and less relevant. I think this is a really strong point for having an Asgard, because now you have the ability to carry pretty much anything you would need for ground mining. You have your Rock DS with your Atlas Geo, some boxes in here. You can do so much with it. But yeah, thanks so much, Regolith, for helping out with that. I can rip this out and do something I've wanted to do, unless you want to take this and go mining or something. unless you have one. But yeah, this is beautiful. This is the perfect fit for this vehicle. It's a little hiccupy, like getting in and out, but I think that's more the collision effects of how the rover drives. But definitely not an issue with space. Drive to Crusader. You knew what I wanted to do. Yep. All right, we're gonna start all the way over here. We're gonna build up some speed. Here we go, guys. Woo! Well, there it is. Honestly, we're so high above Crusader, we probably would actually stop before we would start to fall into the planet. But I really wanted to do that because I thought it'd be really funny. Into the gravity well. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. This is where we'll conclude the stream, guys. I wonder how long that would take. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will let this fall while we go walk the dogs. That'd be hilarious. Let me find a content creator to raid out to on the Twitch side. It was a fun day today of testing random stuff. We got the whole sea working pretty good and then decided randomly to start doing a whole bunch of rocket and ship testing, which was fun. And it taught me a lot. I don't know about you guys. There goes the Asgard. Maybe you can try to catch the Nomad. Or the Nomad. Jeez, I did it again. The Rock. Gosh. Free falling. We're still moving too. I don't think we kept all of our momentum. We're just kind of floating away. All right, so on the YouTube side, that is where we're going to conclude the stream. I am going to be pulling up my raid options on Twitch before I head out, walk the dogs, and do adult stuff. And, of course, we'll be back live again on Wednesday. I'm really glad that my system didn't restart on me while we were live, so that's cool. I'm doing some maintenance on it, so it should have much better heat mitigation by Wednesday's stream. And here we go. Let's see who we got here. Interactive chat, English, new players, welcome. Let's go. We got Sun Devil. Let's raid out. I think actually I raid out. Sun Devil's cool. Yeah, I raid out to them not too long ago. This is a really cool guy. I think you guys will like him quite a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and get the raid started. It has been a pleasure, guys. Edric Hakoon, Rigetti, thank you so much for the help. Chained, Hazard Shield, Ball Plan, Failproof, everybody who is a part of the stream. I'll catch you guys later. I hope you're having a blast in 4-7. And until then, catch you out in the verse. Take care.